Chapter 27:19. After all, source crystals and pills were external objects, while secret arts were the foundation of a cultivator. Guizhu was naturally overjoyed to obtain the Netherworld sect's secret arts. Yang Kai turned to look at Qiyu. Qiyu pursed her lips and smiled. The monster race has very few secret arts. Don't tell me you've also prepared one for me. Of course not, but I have this. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and a small mountain suddenly appeared in front of him. Rolling demonic qi instantly filled the hall, causing everyone's expression to change. A monster core! Qiyu exclaimed as she picked up a monster core and felt it, her expression changing again. A 12th order monster core! A 12th order monster core could only be formed inside a 12th order monster beast, equivalent to the human race's the Emperor realm. Any one of them was priceless and difficult for ordinary people to see. This is also a 12th order monster core. Ao also picked up a monster core with a shocked expression. This is a 10th order, this is an 11th order. Gu Songyun's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. There were over 1,000 monster cores in front of him, all of which were 10th order and above monster cores. At least 10% were 12th order monster cores, and 10% was equivalent to 100 monster cores, a terrifying number. I know that your monster race cultivates differently from humans, but with the help of these monster cores, Senior's cultivation should be twice as fast. Yang Kai looked at Qiyu and said. Qiyu felt dizzy as she stared at the monster cores in disbelief. Where did you get so many monster cores? I picked them up. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Qiyu couldn't help but glare at him. How could these things be picked up so casually? She thought Yang Kai was spouting nonsense. But in fact, these monster cores were really picked up by Yang Kai. He had picked them up in the beast tomb of the ancient wild lands. What's more, he had picked up over 1 million monster cores, so what did a mere 1,000 monster cores count for? If Qiyu knew the true number of monster cores in Yang Kai's hands, she would likely go crazy. In this world, only the beast tombs of the ancient wild lands had such a huge amount of monster cores. Without asking any more questions, Qiyu excitedly put away the inner cores. Just as Yang Kai had said, the monster clan's cultivation was different from that of humans. Most of them directly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, and even the inner cores of other demons. With the assistance of so many inner cores, Qiyu's future cultivation speed would definitely be very fast. Senior Gu, these are a few sets of Sword Dao secret techniques. They are not too profound. You can cultivate them for the time being. If there are better ones in the future, I will help you find them. Yang Kai took out a few more jade slips. He handed it over to Gu Songyun. Gu Songyun was the alliance master of the Sword Union in the territory of his homeland, and cultivated the Sword Dao. So these Sword Dao secret techniques were undoubtedly the most suitable for him. Yang Kai had killed so many people from the Emperor realm, and obtained so many spoils of war. It wasn't difficult for him to find a few decent Sword Dao secret arts. Gu Songyun took a look at it, and his eyes lit up. This is much better than what this Gu cultivated before. The Sword Dao that he had come into contact with before. At most, it was at the Dao source grade. But what Yang Kai took out were all relics from the Emperor realm, so they were naturally better than what he had cultivated before. Finally, it was Aio's turn. Yang Kai also gave him a few sets of matching secret arts and secret techniques. Everyone was overjoyed. They felt like they had suddenly changed from bird guns to cannons. But this was not the end. When Yang Kai took out a group of star sources, everyone was completely shocked. One had to know that star sources could only be born on a cultivation star. A complete group of star sources was equivalent to the foundation of a cultivation star. These people had been in the star boundary for many years, and knew how rare star sources were in the star boundary. Qiyu and the others had always secretly regretted not refining the star sources when they were in the territory of their homeland. As a result, they didn't have the chance when they came to the star boundary. It was just that refining the star sources was too dangerous at that time. So no one dared to be so ruthless. Only Aio succeeded. But now, Yang Kai actually had one in his hand, and gave one to each of them, while also teaching them the star refining art. Aio was a star master himself, so he didn't need this star sources. After busying himself, he helped Qiyu and Gutsong Yun refine the star sources. 3 days later, the three opened their eyes with joy on their faces. With star sources, it would be easier for them to comprehend the heavenly way, martial Tao, and principal strength, which would be of great help to their future growth and advancement. Yang Kai's actions today were enough to increase the efficiency of their cultivation by 10 times, or even 100 times, saving them a lot of time. Do any of you have any doubts or questions about your cultivation? If so, we can discuss them together. After giving out the big gift, Yang Kai looked around at everyone. Everyone understood that this so-called discussion was nothing more than Yang Kai's humble way of saying it. He just wanted to answer some of their cultivation questions. So without hesitation they all began to speak. Inside the hall, everyone answered questions and answers as time passed slowly. Are all the people inside dead? Get out here. After an unknown amount of time, a voice suddenly exploded outside the High Heaven Palace. The speaker seemed to have summoned his strength, so his voice traveled hundreds of kilometers, echoing between the mountains and peaks, lingering in the air. Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to look in the direction of the mountain gate. A strand of his divine sense quietly spread out, and soon saw the situation outside. Outside the mountain gate, in front of the sect defending array, an exquisite ship was suspended mid-air. This ship was extremely beautiful, and although it was not an emperor artifact, it was still a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. Moreover, on the mast of this ship, there was a large banner with the word Yao written on it. At this moment, a boy who seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old was standing on the deck of this ship, staring angrily at the plaque of the High Heaven Palace. Although this boy was young, he had the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source realm, which really surprised Yang Kai. The voice just now was obviously from him, but he used some kind of secret technique or artifact to make his voice travel so far. Where did this little brat come from? How dare he behave so atrociously in front of the High Heaven Palace, with his First Order Dao Source realm cultivation? Yang Kai had a strange look on his face. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly noticed something, and took out his communication artifact. After a quick check, he saw Hua Qingxi's message. Palace Master, it seems that someone is here to cause trouble. She had obviously heard the boy's voice too. Yang Kai's divine sense moved and he replied, It's just a little brat. Deal with him as you see fit. Now that Hua Qingxi was the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai naturally didn't intend to intervene. What's more, the other party was only from the First Order Dao Source realm, so he didn't know what he was relying on. It was best to let Hua Qingxi deal with him. When Qiyu and the others saw him taking out his communication compass and sending messages for a while, they all asked, What happened? Nothing. There's no need to pay attention to it. Let's continue, Yang Kai said and put away his communication artifact. Seeing him like this, the others didn't ask any more questions, and immediately continued to discuss cultivation with Yang Kai. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and took out his communication artifact again. After checking it with his divine sense, a look of surprise appeared on his face. If there's something, Palace Master should deal with it. The High Heaven Palace has just been established, so it's not good to make enemies easily, Aio said. And then I'll go over. Yang Kai nodded, stood up, and left the hall in a flash. After a few leaps he arrived at the mountain gate. Hua Qingxi was here, and she was looking at the young man outside the spirit array from afar. What surprised Yang Kai was that the young man, a First Order Dao Source realm cultivator, didn't show the slightest bit of fear when facing Hua Qingxi, an Emperor realm master. Instead, he had an arrogant look on his face. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the young man looked him up and down and said casually, This is your High Heaven Palace's Palace Master? That's right. Hua Qingxi nodded. This is our High Heaven Palace's Palace Master Yang Kai. If you have anything to say, you can speak with him. You're nothing special. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms. The young man curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. This strange attitude inexplicably angered Yang Kai, But he couldn't be bothered to lower himself to the young man's level and simply chuckled. You said you're from Medicine Core Valley? What proof do you have? It was precisely because Hua Qingxi had sent a message saying that the young man claimed to be a disciple of Medicine Core Valley that Yang Kai had rushed over. The young man didn't answer and instead pointed at the large flag behind him and coldly snorted. Are you blind? Can't you see the words? The veins on Yang Kai's forehead throbbed, and he had the urge to beat the young man up. But thinking about Medicine Core Valley, he restrained himself and solemnly said, What can a single word prove? You're not joking, right? The young man's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Where did you come from, you country bumpkin? You don't even recognize the symbol of my Medicine Core Valley. And you still have the face to establish your own sect. You actually called me a country bumpkin. Yang Kai only felt his anger rising like a volcano about to erupt. He took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. The young man, however, didn't notice and jumped onto the mast, pulling the large flag open and fluttering it in the wind, loudly saying, Open your eyes and look carefully. There's no one in the entire Northern Territory who doesn't recognize this flag. Haha. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. This palace master recognizes it now. He transmitted his voice to Hua Qingxi. I really want to beat this kid up. Hua Qingxi was shocked and hurriedly replied, Palace master, don't be impulsive. If he really is from Medicine Core Valley, we can't offend him. We still have to make a living in the Northern Territory in the future. If not, why do you think I'd tolerate him so much? Yang Kai was furious. A young man, a large flag, and the word medicine were not enough to make Yang Kai feel apprehensive. But the words Medicine Core Valley carried a lot of weight. This was the place where the wondrous pill great emperors cultivated in seclusion. It was the holy land in the hearts of millions of cultivators in the entire Northern Territory. Although the wondrous pill great emperors didn't care about worldly affairs, and didn't establish a sect like the other great emperors, only living in seclusion in Medicine Core Valley. This didn't stop the cultivators in the Northern Territory from revering and worshipping him. In the Northern Territory, if one offended the wondrous pill great emperors or Medicine Core Valley, it would definitely be difficult to move forward. Not to mention the supreme cultivation of the wondrous pill great emperors. Even the entire Northern Territory cultivator wouldn't tolerate it. The young man jumped down from the mast and stood at the front of the deck, hands on his waist, and said in a domineering manner, It's good that you recognize it. Remember it well. Maybe we'll meet often in the future. Chapter 2720. Deal. What deal? Yang Kai's expression darkened slightly. He also held great respect for Medicine Core Valley. Not to mention that he had obtained the inheritance of the third disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, Gong Sun Mu, and had some relationship with Medicine Core Valley. Just the fact that he was one of the great emperors was enough for Yang Kai to take him seriously. But that was before. If Medicine Core Valley's people were as arrogant and condescending as this young man, then it was not worth Yang Kai's attention. You will naturally know when the time comes, the young man replied impatiently. Yang Kai frowned and said, If you are from Medicine Core Valley, what are you doing in my High Heaven Palace? The High Heaven Palace had just been established and had nothing to do with Medicine Core Valley. So Yang Kai naturally found it strange that such a person would suddenly appear. Do you think I want to come here? The young man sneered, cupped his fists and bowed to the void, saying loudly, I am here on the orders of my master to buy medicine. Buy medicine? Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi looked at each other with blank expressions. Is there something wrong with this little brat? Why would he come to my High Heaven Palace to buy medicine? Yang Kai secretly transmitted his voice. Hua Qingxi was also not sure. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with him, although he is a bit annoying. Maybe there really is something wrong with him. TSK so pitiful. If there really is something wrong with him, then maybe his identity is fake. And that makes sense. Hey, you two, what are you secretly talking about? Seeing Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi not answering for a long time, the young man swept his eyes over them and found that the two of them were secretly communicating with each other with their divine sense. And the way they looked at him became strange. He immediately became annoyed. Hee hee. Nothing. Young Kai grinned and said. Then dare I ask, little brother, what kind of medicine do you want to buy in my high heaven palace? The young man flicked his hand, and a jade slip flew straight over. With a slight thought, Yang Kai slightly opened the sect-protecting grand array, allowing the jade slip to pass through and grab it in his hand. He immersed his divine will into it, and took a look. His expression suddenly became strange. This jade slip really did record a lot of spirit herbs. There was a dazzling array of over 1,000 kinds of spirit herbs, each with different grades. Many of them were even emperor-grade spirit herbs, which were extremely valuable. The young man said, 10 years ago, my master gave a copy of this list to the Seeking Passion sect, and asked them to collect it on his behalf. Now that the deadline has come, my master ordered me to come and purchase it. Do you understand now? Yang Kai suddenly understood and said, Is there such a thing? This young man wasn't sick, he really came here to buy herbs. However, what he wanted to buy was the spirit herbs he had collected for the Seeking Passion sect. Although there were a lot of spiritual herbs on the list, and they were all very valuable, the Seeking Passion sect was a large sect. He should have collected everything in 10 years. Unfortunately, the Seeking Passion sect was destroyed by Yang Kai. The young man could only look for Yang Kai. The young man said, It's not just the Seeking Passion sect. All the top sects in the Northern Territory have cooperated with our Medicine Core Valley. Every 10 years we update our list. When the time comes, our Medicine Core Valley will send someone to collect it. All of them are working together? Yang Kai was shocked. However, after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai understood that Medicine Pill Valley's actions were indeed saving time and effort. Moreover, with the reputation of the wondrous pill great emperors, the other great sects of the Northern Territory would certainly be happy to do so. Perhaps they could use this opportunity to form a good relationship with Medicine Pill Valley, and in the future, when they needed alchemy services, they would naturally be able to get closer to them. The youth said, That's right. Now that the Seeking Passion sect has been destroyed by you, then all the spirit herbs collected by the Seeking Passion sect over the past 10 years must be in your hands. Find them for me. I want to bring them back to report to my master. He said it so seriously that it didn't seem like he was lying. Yang Kai was already 70 to 80% convinced. However, just to be on the safe side, he still said, Just wait. Now that he was the palace master, and the other party was just a young man with no proof of identity, he couldn't just believe what others said. If he was deceived by this young man, it would be too shameful. Therefore, Yang Kai felt that it was better to verify it. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Where are you going? Bastard. The young man was furious. He thought that once he reported his identity as a disciple of Medicine Core Valley, the other party would immediately respectfully invite him in to rest, and serve him with good food and drinks. However, he didn't expect that the other party would just stand outside, and not even let him in. The sect-protecting Grand Array was also activated, guarding against him as if he was a thief. He couldn't help but angrily say, Good. High Heaven Palace treats its guests like this and looks down on my Medicine Core Valley. When I return, I will definitely report this matter to my master. In the future, don't even think about asking for a single pill from my Medicine Core Valley. Hua Qingxi hurriedly comforted him. Young master, please calm down. My palace master has always been in such a hurry. He didn't mean to slight you. Coming from a large sect, she knew that the King of Hell was easy to deal with, but the little ghosts were difficult to deal with. Although this young man only had the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source realm, and was young, if he really returned to Medicine Core Valley, and said a few bad words about High Heaven Palace, it might cause some trouble. As the chief steward of High Heaven Palace, she naturally wanted to turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing. He didn't slight me? The young man pointed in the direction that Yang Kai left and roared. Look at his attitude. How can this kind of person become a palace master? I think the High Heaven Palace can't have a foothold in the Northern Territory. He was young, but his tone was not small. It was as if 1 or 2 words could make the High Heaven Palace completely scram from the Northern Territory. Hua Qingxi was helpless and couldn't refute. She didn't want to add fuel to the fire, so she could only silently watch the young man flip out. After speaking for a while, the young man's gaze turned, and he looked Hua Qingxi up and down. Suddenly he smiled and said, "Elder sister, what's your name?" Hua Qingxi squeezed out a smile and said her name. The young man clapped and said, "Qingxi, good name, really good name. In my opinion, this high heaven palace won't last long. Elder sister, you don't have to suffer here. Why don't you come back to Medicine Core Valley with me?" Hua Qingxi laughed and said, "I don't know alchemy. Why would I go to Medicine Core Valley?" The young man smiled meaningfully and said, "Elder sister doesn't need to know alchemy. Knowing it is enough. As a woman, elder sister should know how to make a bed and fold a quilt, right? When the time comes, stay by my side. I guarantee that no one will drive you out of Medicine Core Valley. I am a Dao Source grade low-rank alchemist. In time, I will definitely become an Emperor Realm alchemist. TSK, elder sister is really beautiful. Make a bed and fold a quilt." Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth, and the smile on her face suddenly turned cold. She was from the Emperor Realm. Now a little brat from the First Order Dao Source Realm actually asked her to make a bed and fold a quilt by his side. Moreover, he was looking at her unscrupulously with a lecherous expression. If it were anyone else, Hua Qingxi would have already rushed up and gouged out his eyeballs. But this person might be from Medicine Core Valley. Even though Hua Qingxi was angry, she could only endure it. However, the fact that the other party was a Dao Source grade low-rank alchemist really shocked Hua Qingxi. She secretly sighed that he was indeed from Medicine Core Valley. He had such achievements at such a young age. Elder sister, you have to think about it carefully. Such opportunities are rare. This young master's standards are very high. Not just any woman can enter his eyes. The young man didn't notice, and still felt good about himself. Hua Qingxi said lightly, "Little brother is too kind. Elder sister's luck is not good. I'm afraid I won't be able to accept your kindness." This little brat actually dared to have ideas about her. Even if she really wanted to find a man, she would have to find someone like Yang Kai. How could she possibly be interested in him? The young man couldn't help but coldly snort. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." He was so sincere in his invitation, but this woman actually refused. She was really unreasonable and willing to degrade herself. Where did that Yang Kai go? Why isn't he back yet? The young man was rebuffed by Hua Qingxi and impatiently urged her. Hua Qingxi turned her head and said, "Who knows? Hey, why are you here?" Beside the space array, Yang Kai had just appeared when he saw a familiar figure. Zhu Qing glared at Yang Kai with fiery eyes. Her towering chest heaved up and down violently as she gritted her teeth and said, "You're hiding from me." "Of course not," Yang Kai guiltily denied. "Why would I hide from you? You're hiding from me." It had been a few months, but Zhu Qing had not been able to find Yang Kai. If she had not been standing beside the space array, she would have thought that Yang Kai had teleported away. Today, she had finally managed to catch Kai Yang after suffering for so long. "I already said no, why are you so long-winded?" Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand and said, "Get out of the way, I need to go out." Zhu Qing did not say a word and simply stood in front of him and said vigilantly, "Where are you going?" "I'll follow you." "I'm going to Ice Heart Valley, I'll be back soon." Yang Kai glared at her. "Why are you following me? Didn't you go to Ice Heart Valley last time? Why are you going again this time?" "Someone came and said he wanted to buy some medicine. I'm going to Ice Heart Valley to ask if this is the case." "Damn, why am I telling you this? I can't explain it clearly." Just as he was speaking, the space array in front of him suddenly emitted a layer of light, and a blurry figure appeared on the array. Someone was teleporting over. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked over at the same time. The figure soon appeared, revealing Ji Yao's face. "Yao, you came just in time. I was just about to go to Ice Heart Valley to ask something." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Don't worry, I also have something to tell you." Ji Yao walked down from the space array and looked at Yang Kai. "What?" Yang Kai was stunned. Medicine Pill Valley's 10-year deadline for collecting medicine is up, and there may be some disciples from Medicine Pill Valley coming here soon. Honored Master ordered me to tell you that if they come, You must treat them with courtesy and not offend them. If you want to collect any medicine, hand it over to them. Medicine Pill Valley will not let you suffer a loss. So there really is such a thing. Yang Kai scratched his face. He had heard from that young man that Medicine Pill Valley was cooperating with all the great sects in the Northern Territory. So he immediately wanted to go to Ice Heart Valley to ask about the situation. If there really was such a thing, Ice Heart Valley would definitely know about it, so he could determine the identity of that young man. But how could he have known that Ji Yao would teleport over before he could even go there? Naturally there is. Now a disciple from Medicine Pill Valley has gone to Ice Heart Valley. Why? Why do you have such an expression? It's nothing, someone from my side has also come. Yang Kai laughed dryly. Where is he? Ji Yao asked curiously. He's still outside the sect. Ji Yao glared at him and said, Why haven't you invited him in yet? I'm going. Yang Kai turned around and returned to his original spot. Wait! Zhu Qing was anxious and hurried to catch up. Ji Yao frowned and also turned into a stream of light and quickly followed. Chapter 27-21. In the next few days, the temperature will drop sharply, so friends, pay attention to keeping warm. You're finally back. Where are the spirit medicines I want? Outside the sect, seeing Yang Kai return, the young man gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai laughed and said, There are many kinds of medicines on the jade slip, so I won't be able to sort them all out in a short time. Little brother, please come in and rest for a while. I will find the spirit medicines you need. Saying so, he opened the sect defending array and signaled to Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi understood and gestured. Little brother, this way please. Humph. The young man coldly snorted and swaggered into High Heaven Palace on his ship, looking down at Yang Kai and saying, I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. The spirit medicines listed on the list, whether it's the year, type, or quantity, can't be wrong, or else you'll have to face the consequences. I know. Yang Kai nodded impatiently. Although this matter had nothing to do with High Heaven Palace, the Seeking Passion sect's things were indeed in his hands. Since he wanted to buy them, Yang Kai would sell them to him. It could also be considered a good karma with Medicine Pill Valley. It's good that you know. The young man was about to say a few more words when his eyes suddenly widened, and he stared straight at the two beautiful figures that suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. His eyes instantly lit up, and he quickly put away his ship, stepping on the void a few times before arriving behind Yang Kai. He looked at Ji Yao and Zhu Qing with a smile before finally fixing his eyes on Zhu Qing and politely asking, This one is Li Xian. May I ask for this elder sister's name? He was overjoyed in his heart. His master didn't let him go to Ice Heart Valley, and instead sent him to High Heaven Palace. He didn't expect that there would be so many beauties in this damned place. One after another, it was a dazzling sight. Especially this elder sister, her breasts, that waist, tsk. The elder sister next to her was also not bad, although she was a bit cold. Originally, he was a little dissatisfied with his master's decision. She had actually allowed her brother to go to Ice Heart Valley and experience the elegance of many beautiful women. But now she no longer had any complaints. Although there were many women in Ice Heart Valley, none of them were so outstanding. Yang Kai shuddered. Goosebumps rose all over his body. He sized up the youth from head to toe and thought to himself, I really can't tell that this kid is actually a pervert. She was already like this at such a young age. What would happen when she grew up? Zhu Qing didn't say anything. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, as if she was afraid that he would disappear again. Not only was the young man not annoyed, he even said with a bashful face, Sister, I'm talking to you. Only then did Zhu Qing look at him leisurely and say, Get lost. As soon as he said this, the young man's face instantly flushed red. Yang Kai had a bad feeling in his heart. This youth called Li Xian didn't look like a decent person at a glance, but he had the status of a disciple of the Medicine Pill Valley. Zhu Qing's words might anger him. Just as he was thinking about how to remedy the situation, Li Xian took a deep breath and revealed an intoxicated expression. He said with a bewitched expression, Good. Sister, please say a few more words. Yang Kai's head was dripping with cold sweat. Ji Yao and Hua Qingxi also had strange expressions on their faces. Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? Do you believe I won't beat you? Zhu Qing's eyes turned cold. The young man suddenly clutched his chest, as if he had received great satisfaction. He couldn't even breathe properly, and involuntarily staggered back a few steps. His already red face became even redder. Does this kid like this kind of thing? Yang Kai looked at Hua Qingxi in amazement. He transmitted his voice. You're asking me how I know? Hua Qingxi rolled her eyes at him. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. Really, when the forest is big, all kinds of birds can fly. Returning to his senses, he said to Hua Qingxi, Sister Hua, take this little brother to rest for a while. I'll go sort out those medicinal ingredients. Yes. Hua Qingxi nodded and gestured to Li Xian again. Little brother, this way please. No, no, no. Li Xian raised his hand at Hua Qingxi. His eyes were like leeches biting onto Zhu Qing as he said, I don't want you. I want this sister to take care of me. Hua Qingxi's expression turned cold as she cursed in her heart. Just a moment ago, this kid had asked her to follow him to make his bed. Now in the blink of an eye, he was looking down on her. What did she have? Wasn't it just her breasts? Damn, they were really big. You're courting death. Zhu Qing glared at him coldly. Li Xian's face was as bright as the sun as he smiled brightly. Since sister is willing to let me die, then I'll die for you to see. The youth was young, but he had a glib tongue. What he didn't know was that Zhu Qing really wanted to kill him. He was just a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley. Even if he was a direct disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, Zhu Qing still had the guts to kill him. As you wish. Zhu Qing snorted coldly and was about to attack. Yang Kai was startled and hurriedly shouted, What are you doing? He turned around and stood in front of Zhu Qing. Move aside. Zhu Qing glared at him angrily. Hey, you still dare to throw a tantrum at me? Yang Kai glared. Zhu Qing's aura immediately weakened. She frowned and said, Move aside. Yang Kai said in a low voice, This person can't be killed. Zhu Qing said disdainfully, Who can't be killed? In any case, this person can't be killed. He's from Medicine Pill Valley. If he kills me, I'll be in trouble. How about this? You can just patronize him. If it doesn't work, just ignore him. He's harboring ill intentions towards me. Yet you're actually telling me to patronize him. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai with a pained expression. He's just being mean. You didn't lose a single piece of meat. Last time with you cough cough. He thought to himself, I already did that to you. But you didn't try to kill me. Is my charm that great? Zhu Qing blushed and turned away. In any case, I'm not going to talk to him. All right. Just do me a favor and stand here. I'll sort out the herbs and chase him away in a while. Hurry up, Zhu Qing said unhappily. Qing is the best. Yang Kai flattered before immediately running away. Zhu Qing blushed again, causing Li Xian's heart to surge. He wished he could hold her hand and grow old together with her. After arriving at a secluded place, Yang Kai took out the jade slips Li Xian had given him before, and began rummaging through his space ring one by one. After destroying the Seeking Passion sect, he had packed up all of its materials. If the Seeking Passion sect really collected herbs for Medicine Pill Valley, then Yang Kai would definitely be able to find them. In fact, Yang Kai had indeed found them. Regardless of the year or type, there was no difference. In fact, there was even a slight surplus in terms of quantity. Among the thousands of herbs, there was no lack of emperor-grade spirit medicines. So Yang Kai was a little reluctant to hand them over. After all, he was an alchemist himself, so these spirit medicines were useful to him. However, with his current wealth, these spirit medicines were not of much use to him. Handing them over to Medicine Pill Valley would at least save him some trouble. Ji Yao also said that Medicine Pill Valley would not treat him unfairly, and would purchase them at market price. Speaking of which, Medicine Pill Valley's reputation was related to the reputation of the great emperors of the wondrous Pill Valley, so it was naturally impossible for them to bully the weak and embezzle source crystals. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yang Kai had finished sorting out all the herbs. Just as he was about to hand them over and drive Li Xian away, his communication artifact suddenly vibrated again. Yang Kai frowned and muttered to himself before taking out his communication artifact and pouring his divine sense into it. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Space principles fluctuated, and he instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the mountain gate. Glancing around, Yang Kai saw the young man named Li Xian sitting on the ground with a horrified expression on his face, his hand covering his cheek. There was a clear handprint on his clean cheek, and his mouth was full of blood. Zhu Qing was standing not far in front of him, a cold murderous intent enveloping him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. At this critical moment of life and death, he discovered that his Medicine Pill Valley disciples' protective robes had no effect at all. The aura of death surged towards him, causing him to shiver from head to toe. Ji Yao stood there with an indifferent expression, looking at Li Xian without the slightest bit of sympathy. Hua Qingxi held the communication artifact in her hand, at a loss for what to do. Yang Kai's sudden appearance immediately extinguished Zhu Qing's anger. Only then did the dragon lady recall Yang Kai's previous warning, and an uneasy expression appeared on her face. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai glanced at Li Xian coldly before turning to Zhu Qing and asking, "What's wrong?" Zhu Qing's red lips squirmed a few times, but she did not say a word. "Sister Hua, please speak." Yang Kai turned to Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi sighed and said, "This little brat tried to take advantage of Sister Qing, but after Sister Qing avoided him, he continued to push his luck. Sister Qing was so angry that she taught him a lesson." From the perspective of a woman, Hua Qingxi wanted to praise Zhu Qing, and felt that she had not beaten her enough. Even if she did not kill her, she should have crippled her cultivation. But from the perspective of High Heaven Sect's chief steward, Hua Qingxi knew how much trouble Zhu Qing's slap had brought to the sect, so she could not help feeling a little worried. Took advantage of her? Yang Kai raised his brow. "Nonsense, that's not true," Li Xian shouted. And for some reason, he suddenly became more confident as he stood up and said, "This is slander. She's from the Emperor realm, and I'm only from the First Order Dao Source realm. How could I have the strength to take advantage of her?" "You still know that you're from the First Order Dao Source realm?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. This brat had been arrogant and domineering the moment he arrived, as if he was from the Emperor realm, and they were Dao Source realm cultivators. Li Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at Yang Kai angrily, shouting, "This woman hit me for no reason. I'm a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley, so hitting me is equivalent to hitting Medicine Pill Valley. You're the palace master of High Heaven Palace, so I want you to give me an explanation, or I won't let this matter rest." "You want an explanation?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and glanced at him, calmly asking, "What kind of explanation do you want?" Li Xian's expression turned ruthless as he turned to Zhu Qing and said, "I want you to cripple this slut's cultivation and let me deal with her." The difference in strength was too great, but if her cultivation was crippled, then there was nothing to be afraid of. Li Xian swore to himself that he would let this woman know the consequences of disobeying him. Yang Kai turned to Zhu Qing and asked, "Did you really hit him?" Zhu Qing's expression dimmed as she whispered, "I couldn't hold back. I'm sorry." Chapter 27-22. Yang Kai had told Zhu Qing before that this boy was a disciple of the Medicine Pill Valley, a disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. Now that she had slapped him, it would definitely bring trouble to the High Heaven Palace, and Yang Kai might even become angry with her. If that happened, she would not be able to complete her task. Zhu Qing felt uneasy in her heart, but she really couldn't bear the situation just now. "I was almost slapped to death by this bitch, can't you see it?" The boy shouted hysterically, his face full of grief and indignation, as if he had suffered a great grievance. "I really can't see it." Yang Kai looked at him in surprise and said, "Come here and let me see where she hit you." The boy jumped 3 feet high and rushed in front of Yang Kai, putting his face close and saying, my face, she actually slapped my face. Look at what she has done. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I will never let this matter go." Yang Kai looked at the injuries on his face seriously, nodded slightly, and suddenly raised his hand and slapped the other side of the boy's face that was unscathed. *Pa. Asterisk with a crisp sound, the boy tumbled in the air, flipping more than a dozen times before falling heavily to the ground. In midair, a mouthful of teeth flew out, and almost half of them fell out. After landing heavily, stars appeared in front of his eyes, and he lay there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. The girls were all shocked, and their eyes widened. Palace Master Yu? Hua Qingxi was horrified. If Zhu Qing slapped this boy, it could be said that this boy brought shame to himself. But as the Palace Master of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, also slapped him, then the situation was already serious to the point of no return. Yang Kai now represented the High Heaven Palace. Every move he made was of great importance. With this slap, wouldn't it mean that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with the Medicine Pill Valley? Just thinking about it made her feel scared. As the chief manager of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi suddenly felt very tired. However, she quickly felt relieved. When she saw that youth called Li Xian being sent flying, her heart was simply filled with boundless joy. This kid was too annoying. Next time you encounter something like this, don't hold back. Yang Kai glanced over at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing nodded dumbly. She was a dragon lady. Her tyrannical strength was almost unstoppable. Previously, Yang Kai had almost suffered a great loss because of her. If he hadn't restrained himself, that slap would have been enough to kill Li Xian more than 10 times. It was precisely because of Yang Kai's previous warning that she had held back and only punished him slightly. Otherwise, Li Xian wouldn't have been alive. You! How dare you! Li Xian finally regained his senses and pointed a trembling finger at Yang Kai. As soon as he spoke, his words were unclear. You dare to hit me. So what if I hit you? Yang Kai waved his hand, and Li Xian immediately crawled on the ground, holding his head with both hands as he cried out in alarm. After waiting for a long time and seeing that nothing was happening, Li Xian secretly glanced at Yang Kai. He realized that he had been played. His face immediately flushed red, and he shouted angrily, I am a disciple of the Medicine Pill Valley. You dare to hit me? You're all dead. Don't you remember the pain? Yang Kai's expression turned fierce as he walked forward, lifted Li Xian up, and raised him in front of him. Li Xian struggled with all his strength, but with his strength, how could he escape from Yang Kai's grip? He shouted in horror, You! What are you doing? I'll teach you a lesson. Yang Kai coldly snorted and reached out to slap him. Asterisk pa 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 pa. Asterisk although Yang Kai didn't use his emperor's qi, Li Xian's strength was simply too great. However, just the strength alone was enough to make Li Xian feel like he was on the verge of death. After a few slaps, he was already crying bitterly and wailing endlessly. You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him, and raised his hand in front of Li Xian's face, glaring at him fiercely. Do you know how to speak properly now? Yes. Yes, yes. Li Xian nodded repeatedly. He felt that he could no longer feel his cheeks, and from the corner of his eyes, he could clearly see that his face was swollen. Go apologize. Yang Kai threw Li Xian to the side, right next to Zhu Qing's feet. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai in surprise, and her heartstrings were inexplicably moved. Was he venting for her? After all, with Yang Kai's current status, it was best to turn a big problem into a small one, and a small one into nothing. Only then would he be able to pass his days peacefully. But he actually beat this brat up for no reason, and even made him apologize to her. Wasn't he annoyed with her and kept avoiding her? What was he doing? For a moment, Zhu Qing's heart was in a mess. Li Xian staggered to his feet, and obediently stood in front of Zhu Qing. He bowed deeply and said in a sincere voice, Elder sister, I'm sorry. This little brother was rude just now. Please be magnanimous, and don't lower yourself to my level. I'm just a child who doesn't know anything. Elder sister, please don't be angry. After being violently beaten up, Li Xian seemed to have changed into a completely different person. There was no need to mention how obedient and sensible he was. Zhu Qing frowned and said, It's nothing. It was indeed nothing. This brat had wanted to touch her before, but she had dodged all of them. She hadn't suffered any losses at all. On the contrary, he had been beaten to a pulp by Yang Kai. Thank you for your magnanimity, elder sister. Li Xian's face was filled with gratitude. He then turned and walked in front of Yang Kai, and said with a smile, "Elder brother, this little brother has already apologized. That elder sister has also forgiven me. You see." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "And not bad. This child is worth teaching." Li Xian smiled and said, "Elder brother is too kind. If there's nothing else, this little brother will take his leave." "You don't want the spirit herbs?" Yang Kai looked at him with a thoughtful expression. Li Xian slapped his head and laughed dryly. "Haha, I almost forgot. This is a task given to me by honored master." Yang Kai smiled lightly, and threw the space ring he had prepared earlier to him. "The spirit herbs on the list are all in there. You can check them yourself." No need. I trust elder brother's character," Li Xian said as he put away the space ring, took out another space ring, and handed it to Yang Kai. "These are the source crystals for the spirit herbs. Elder brother, check them." Yang Kai nodded and took the space ring. After scanning it with his divine sense, he looked up at Li Xian and said, "This number is a bit low. Are you sure your honored master only gave you these source crystals?" The number of spirit herbs on the list was not low, and according to Yang Kai's estimation, they were worth at least 20 million high-rank source crystals. However, there were only 10 million source crystals in this space ring, and all of them were low-rank source crystals. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Li Xian was taken aback but immediately smiled awkwardly and said, "I took the wrong one. This is what honored master told me to do." Saying so, he quickly gave Yang Kai a new space ring. The number of source crystals this time was correct, and there were even more, almost 25 million high-rank source crystals. It seemed that it was just as Ji Yao had said before. Although Medicine Pill Valley had asked the great sects of the Northern Territory to collect spirit herbs on their behalf, they would never let these sects suffer a loss. All the herbs would be purchased according to the price, and there would even be some left over. After all, this matter was related to the reputation of Medicine Pill Valley and the wondrous pill great emperors, so the disciples of Medicine Pill Valley did not dare act recklessly. However, Yang Kai knew that if Seeking Passion sects still existed, this boy named Li Xian would only need to pay the source crystals in the first space ring to buy the spirit herbs from them. Li Xian obviously wanted to take advantage of Yang Kai, and 25 million high-rank source crystals was not a small number. Therefore, he had prepared 2 sets of source crystals and 2 space rings. However, after being taught a lesson by Yang Kai, how could he dare to ask for food here? After completing the transaction, Li Xian immediately said goodbye, and Yang Kai naturally did not ask him to stay. The boy summoned his ship and flew up, looking very confident. If his cheeks were not swollen like a pig's head, he could be considered a handsome young man. "Goodbye, big brothers and big sisters." Li Xian stood on the deck and waved enthusiastically. "Have a good trip." Yang Kai responded with a smile. Li Xian quickly flew away on his ship, but the moment he turned around, the smile on his face quickly disappeared and turned into an icy cold expression. "What do you want to do?" Ji Yao suddenly stood in front of Yang Kai, blocking his way. Her cold eyes were like sharp blades, piercing Yang Kai's heart and looking into the depths of his heart. This sudden action shocked Hua Qingxi and Zhu Qing, not knowing what Ji Yao meant. "I have nothing to do, so I'm going out for a stroll." Yang Kai looked up at the sky, not daring to look directly into Ji Yao's eyes. "I'll go with you," Ji Yao said. "I'm just going for a stroll, why are you coming with me?" Yang Kai glared at her. "I also want to go for a stroll." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "I miss women, so I'm going to find a brothel to have some fun. Do you want to come with me?" "Miss Women?" Ji Yao sneered. "Good, come back to Ice Heart Valley with me. As long as you raise your arm and call for help, I guarantee that hundreds of Ice Heart Valley disciples will rush up and drown you." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "That won't be necessary. Aren't Ice Heart Valley's disciples all focused on purity? What is there to avoid? I don't dare say anything else, but I have a few martial nieces who admire you. If you want, I can arrange it for you. I guarantee they will be willing." His martial aunt is really considerate. Yang Kai couldn't help but gulp and almost agreed. But then he noticed 2 pairs of fiery eyes staring at him from the side. He swallowed the words he was about to say and angrily said, "What's the point of being a virtuous girl? This young master likes those withered flowers in brothels. Playing with them is more enjoyable." Enough! Ji Yao trembled with anger. Although Yang Kai was just talking and hadn't really taken action, she still found it somewhat unacceptable. Moreover, listening to Yang Kai's words, it was as if he was a regular visitor to a brothel. "You're the one who's done enough. What are you trying to do? I already have a follower. If you also want to follow me, how am I supposed to live?" Yang Kai glared at her. Zhu Qing frowned and said discontentedly, "Who are you talking about? Speak clearly." "I'm talking about you. Do you have a problem with that?" Yang Kai looked at her. Zhu Qing turned her head and whispered softly, "Do you think I want to?" "Don't try to confuse me." Ji Yao sneered softly. "You want to go to a brothel? You want to kill people to silence them, right?" "Silence them?" Hua Qingxi was shocked. "What do you mean by silence?" Chapter 27-23. As soon as Hua Qingxi said this, she suddenly came to a realization and looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Palace Master, you can't be thinking of suddenly wanting to silence someone for no reason." Thinking back to what had happened before, it was obvious who the target was. She couldn't help but be shocked by Yang Kai's audacity. That person was a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley. How could he think of killing someone to silence them? If he really did such a thing, Medicine Pill Valley wouldn't let it go. "What nonsense!" Yang Kai flatly denied. "There's no such thing, Yao. Your imagination is quite rich." "Then why don't you dare look at me?" Ji Yao coldly snorted. "Fine. I'll look at you. I'm not scared of you." Yang Kai turned his head, his eyes as wide as eggs as he viciously glared at Ji Yao. The beautiful eyes in front of him were clear and flawless, as white as a clear spring, his own shadow clearly reflected in them. Her long eyelashes were like dancing fairies, appearing even more pure and refined. "Humph." Ji Yao coldly sneered. "You think staring at me doesn't make you feel guilty? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I'm thinking about how you looked when you stripped naked in the Phoenix Luo Palace. That little brat isn't someone easy to deal with. On the surface, he was beaten up by you and became respectful. But in reality, he already hates you to death. He's young and too inexperienced, thinking he can get away with it by putting on an act. In fact, you and I both know he's holding back a belly full of evil ideas and is preparing to go back to Medicine Pill Valley to complain about you. You want to kill him because there's no evidence, right?" Yang Kai calmly said. "It's already like this. What better solution do you have?" This time he didn't deny it, but he found it strange. Had he made it so obvious? How could Ji Yao see through his thoughts at a glance? "You still can't kill him." Ji Yao frowned. "If you really kill him, it'll be troublesome. Or rather, you shouldn't have beaten him up like that before. And now the problem has been exposed. It's fine if you don't want to solve it, but as a palace master, you actually act so recklessly." "I shouldn't have hit him?" Yang Kai jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "I don't know where this little bastard came from. He was so presumptuous in my high heaven palace, touching my people, and even daring to speak rudely. You said that I shouldn't have hit him. I really wanted to kill him then and there. Letting him leave the high heaven palace alive is already a blessing." "Who is your subordinate?" Zhu Qing blushed. "Anyway, that's what it means. Why are you being so calculative?" Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently. "It's fine if he knows he's wrong, but I can't let him get away with it. Getting angry for a beauty." Although Ji Yao's mouth was full of praise, her eyes were full of ridicule. "Do you men like this? This has nothing to do with some bullshit beauty," Yang Kai said seriously in a low voice. "This is the attitude of a person. I don't blame you for hitting him just now. In that situation, even I wanted to hit him." Ji Yao pursed her lips, her attitude softening a little. "But you shouldn't have killed him to silence him. I haven't done it yet. Didn't you stop me?" Yang Kai curled his lips. "If you had done it, then it would have been over. At that time, even if you were in the right, you would become unreasonable." Ji Yao sighed. "I think you've been blinded by anger to do such a stupid thing. If you say so, then so be it." Kai Yang put on a dead pig doesn't fear boiling water posture, straightening his neck and allowing Ji Yao to lecture him. Ji Yao was both angry and amused. She said, "You've been wandering the star boundary for so many years. Don't you know the mentality of these young people? He can't represent Medicine Pill Valley. He's just a second-generation disciple of Medicine Pill Valley." Second-generation disciple? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Ji Yao nodded and explained. Medicine Pill Valley is the cultivation place of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. His several direct disciples are the first generation. All of them were Pill Emperors with extremely profound attainments in the art of alchemy. The wondrous Pill Great Emperor had stopped accepting disciples a long time ago. His personal disciples had accepted them as disciples. His direct disciples are the second generation. That Li Xian is naturally one of them. So, it doesn't seem to be a big deal? Yang Kai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He was only afraid of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. If it was really as Ji Yao said, then it really wasn't a big deal. This Li Xian was a generation away from the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. He could only rely on a direct disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. And Pill Emperor. He was also an Pill Emperor. Who was afraid of who? What's more, today's matter was Li Xian asking for humiliation. Relying on his identity as a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley, he was too arrogant and despotic. If his master was reasonable, he would not blame Yang Kai and High Heaven Palace. Of course, he couldn't expect Li Xian to thank him. His disciple had been taught a lesson, so he would definitely feel a little uncomfortable. If he was a narrow-minded person, he might even come looking for trouble. If that's the case, do you still want to silence him? Ji Yao asked. Yang Kai laughed and waved his hand. What are you talking about? What do you mean by silencing people? How could you say something so terrifying? This palace master sweeps the floor for fear of harming the lives of ants. So how could I do such a thing? The three women rolled their eyes in unison. Although there's no need to worry too much, we still need to be on guard. I'll return to Ice Heart Valley first, and help you inquire about this matter. Li Xian's brother is currently in Ice Heart Valley. Ji Yao thought about it and said. All right, Yang Kai nodded. Ji Yao turned around and left. Yang Kai turned his head to the side and said, You've been hiding for so long. What are you doing? Why haven't you come out yet? A ripple suddenly appeared in the air, like a stone being thrown into a calm lake. The ripple spread out and revealed the figure of the Southern Gate Army. Palace Master's divine might is unparalleled. Southern Gate is in awe. The Southern Gate Army walked over with a flattering smile. Stop flattering me, what's the matter? Yang Kai glanced at him. This guy had been hiding here all this time. Yang Kai didn't know what he was trying to do, but Yang Kai didn't care. Now that the Southern Gate Army was the chief array master of High Heaven Palace, it was naturally impossible for them to harm him. The Southern Gate Army immediately said, Subordinate has prepared some good things for Palace Master. What good things? The Southern Gate Army grinned meaningfully and said mysteriously, Please take a look, Palace Master. Kill, 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 kill. On the deck of the ship, Li Xian wore a bitter expression as he constantly cursed in a low voice. Today's encounter was simply a great humiliation. As a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley, his status was noble, and he was destined to become an Emperor Realm alchemist in the future. How could he endure such humiliation? Just as Ji Yao said, on the surface, he had been acting arrogant and respectful, but in reality, he had been plotting how to take revenge. It wasn't until he flew out of an uninhabited mountain valley that he controlled the ship to descend. Putting away his flight-type artifact, Li Xian's bitter expression became extremely twisted as he felt a burning pain on his cheeks. He viciously slammed his palm towards a rock in front of him, causing it to fly into the air. Flying through the cloud of dust, Li Xian wantonly unleashed his strength, seemingly venting all his anger and grievances. After a long time, Li Xian collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Taking out some healing pills from his space ring and swallowing them, his eyes darted around a few times before he gloomily declared, All of you must die. Saying so, Li Xian took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away from this mountain valley, at the headquarters of the Northern Territory's top sect, Fire Dragon Palace, was a place filled with rich world energy aura. This place covered an area of no more than a dozen acres. But even in Fire Dragon Palace, it was a restricted area. Besides Palace Master Li Jiao, only a few elders were qualified to set foot here. Because this was a precious spirit medicine garden, there were not many spirit medicines cultivated in this medicine garden, only about 100 or so, but each of them was an emperor-grade spirit medicine, an extremely rare existence. The entire medicine garden was filled with world energy aura and a rich medicinal fragrance. If an ordinary cultivator came here, they would only need to take a whiff to greatly improve their cultivation. At this moment, in a pavilion next to this medicine garden, 3 people were sitting around a table. The person on the left was dressed in a purple robe and had a graceful and luxurious appearance. He had a wide mouth, a split nose, and wild hair. He was the Fire Dragon Palace's palace master Li Jiao. The person on the right also had an extraordinary bearing. He looked to be around 40 years old, but his true age was unknown. His expression was dignified without being angry. He was Mi Qi, the sect master of another top sect in the Northern Territory, the Mi Tian sect. It was not surprising that the two of them were together. Ever since Yang Kai destroyed Seeking Passion sect, these two sects had become very close. Just as Bing Yan said, they were quite afraid of Yang Kai's High Heaven Palace. So naturally, they wanted to stay together for warmth. Sitting in the middle was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man's cultivation was only at the second-order emperor realm, one realm lower than Li Jiao and Mi Qi. But from his demeanor and words, it could be seen that Li Jiao and Mi Qi were extremely respectful to this person, even trying to curry favor with him. In this world, there were not many people who could make 2 great emperors act so respectfully and carefully, but the direct disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors was qualified. This person was the last disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, the 5th-ranked disciple, Alchemist Jiying. Naturally, it was impossible for Medicine Pill Valley to let a disciple like Li Xian take charge of collecting herbs every 10 years. This time, Jiying was supposed to lead the team and visit the other sects one by one. But just as Jiying arrived at the Fire Dragon Palace and collected the herbs collected by the Fire Dragon Palace over the past 10 years, he encountered some delays and could only send 2 of his disciples to Ice Heart Valley and High Heaven Palace. He also knew that his disciple Li Xian was a bit lecherous, so he sent his other disciple to Ice Heart Valley to prevent this boy from falling into a field of flowers and affecting his cultivation. However, being lecherous was not a big problem. Young people were hot-blooded and learned alchemy in Medicine Pill Valley all year round, so it was normal for them to be curious about women. In his opinion, the 2 disciples he accepted were excellent seedlings. As long as he gave them some guidance, even if their future achievements were not as good as his, they would not be too far behind. Moreover, their usual performance was good, so he was quite assured about their safety. Chapter 27-24. The pavilion was filled with the fragrance of tea as the 3 of them sat around a table, drinking tea and discussing the Tao. Li Jiao and Mi Qi's flattery made Jiying feel both physically and mentally happy. He waved his hands and laughed loudly. After an unknown amount of time, a strange sound suddenly came from somewhere in the medicine garden. Although this sound was soft, how could the 3 of them not notice it, as they were all masters of the Emperor realm? Jiying suddenly stood up and looked towards a certain direction in the medicine garden with an excited expression. The spirit flower is about to bloom. Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Li Jiao said, "Grandmaster Ji's eyes are really sharp. If it weren't for Grandmaster Ji this time, I'm afraid this Li wouldn't have known that this spirit flower would bloom so soon." Mi Qi smiled and said, "Grandmaster Ji is an alchemist emperor and a disciple of the great emperors of wondrous pills. He knows the world's spirit flowers and herbs like the back of his hand. How can you compare to him? If I really asked you to take care of this spirit flower, I'm afraid you would miss the best time for it to bloom and waste it for nothing." Yes. Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. Brother Mi Qi is right. If it weren't for Grandmaster Ji's reminder, I'm afraid such a precious spirit flower would have been wasted. Since the spirit flower is about to bloom, why don't we go and take a look? Good, good, good. Jiying nodded excitedly and took the lead to walk in that direction. Miqi and Li Jiao looked at each other and secretly exchanged glances. Everything was understood without words. Not long after, the three of them arrived at a certain part of the medicine garden. There was only one spirit flower here, and it was about a foot tall. What was surprising was that this spirit flower actually exuded a strange aura. If Zhu Qing or Yang Kai were here, they would definitely be able to tell that this aura was dragon qi at a glance. However, this dragon qi was relatively thin, and not as pure as the dragon qi they emitted when they stimulated the dragon race's origin source. Even so, it was still an extremely amazing thing. After all, this was just a spirit flower. Strangely enough, not only did this spirit flower exude a faint dragon qi, but from its appearance, it seemed to be a giant dragon that had shrunk countless times. On the rhizome, tiny dragon scales were vivid and lifelike. There were also dragon claws and dragon tails on the dragon head. A blood-red flower bud was gently unfolding and waiting to bloom. It was like a nimble butterfly that was about to spread its wings and soar into the sky. Jiying stood 10 meters away from this stalk of spirit herb, holding his breath and concentrating. They watched nervously. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to be waiting for a spirit flower to bloom. Instead, he was waiting for a child to be born. Li Jiao looked at the spirit flower that was about to bloom with a proud expression and secretly gave Miqi a look. Miqi immediately asked, "Master Mi, is the dragonblood flower really that precious?" "What do you know?" Jiying was concentrating on looking ahead. When he heard Miqi's words, he subconsciously reprimanded him. However, he quickly realized that the person who spoke was not a disciple who had always been by his side. Instead, it was the sect master of a large sect. His tone softened a little. He explained, "You are not alchemists, so you naturally don't know how rare this dragonblood flower is. However, Palace Master Li has always been using blood essence to nurture this dragonblood flower, so you must have some understanding of it." Li Jiao hurriedly said, "I am also confused and don't know much about it. I still need Master Mi to explain." After taking care of it for several hundred years, how could he not know? However, at this moment, he naturally had to pretend that he didn't know and satisfy the other's vanity. Jiying nodded and said, "The dragonblood flower is a specialty of Dragon Island. In this world, only Dragon Island has it. Don't you think it's precious?" Miqi said in shock, "There is such a thing." He turned to Li Jiao and asked, "Then where did brother Li Jiao get this dragonblood flower?" Li Jiao smiled and said, "Many years ago, I went out. I felt that this thing was somewhat unusual and brought it back. Who would have thought that after transplanting it, I would find that it gradually withered, so I tried to feed it with blood essence. Unexpectedly, it came back to life, so I have been using blood essence to nurture it all these years." "That was a coincidence." Miqi nodded slightly. Jiying nodded and said, "Palace Master Li is right. The reason why this dragonblood flower is a specialty of Dragon Island is because it needs dragon blood as food to grow. In this world, other than Dragon Island, where else can there be a dragon race? Therefore, even if the dragonblood flower appears in other places, it won't be able to grow. Palace Master Li has the bloodline of the dragon race. Feeding it with blood essence is the right medicine." Li Jiao was not a pure human, but a half-human half-monster. It was said that he was a combination of human and dragon. Although not many people in the Northern Territory knew about this secret, Jiying and Miqi knew about it. The dragonblood flower needs dragon blood as food. Although the dragon race bloodline in Li Jiao's body was a little thin, it still existed. After many years of careful care, this dragonblood flower had really grown to the extent of blooming. My guess is that the place where Palace Master Li found this dragonblood flower should have had a dragon race fall. If not, it would be impossible for the dragonblood flower to be born. Jiying said solemnly. Li Jiao said in admiration, "Master Ji's eyes are like torches. When I found this dragonblood flower, I indeed found the skeleton of a dragon race. However, I don't know how many years it has been dead, so it has already decayed. The skeleton of a dragon race is indestructible, so how could it be so easily decayed? It should be because the dragonblood flower absorbed the nutrients from the skeleton. So that's how it is. Li Jiao was like an ignorant child as he kept nodding. Jiying said excitedly, with the dragon blood flower, we can refine the dragon blood pill. This thing is very useful to Palace Master Li. What do you mean? Li Jiao suppressed the excitement in his heart and humbly asked for guidance. Jiying smiled faintly and said, on the Dragon Island, the main purpose of the Dragon Clan's disciples to consume the dragon blood flower is to refine their bloodline and purify their bloodline power. You should have heard that the bloodline of the Dragon Clan is divided into various grades and ranks. A high-grade bloodline has an extremely strong suppressive power over a low-grade bloodline. Therefore, even if two Dragon Clans' strength is almost the same, if the difference in bloodline is too big, the one with the lower bloodline will have no way to fight back against the one with the higher bloodline. Mi Qi and Li Jiao nodded lightly. They naturally knew about this. Dragon race disciples are born powerful and can easily cultivate to the level of the Emperor realm. They don't even need to put in much effort to obtain strength comparable to a third-layer Emperor realm master. Their daily cultivation is focused on refining their bloodline. The purer their bloodline, the higher their rank, and the stronger their strength. The current dragon race's great elder is said to be an 8th order azure dragon, whose strength is comparable to the great emperor's. Above that, there are even the legendary 9th order and 10th order bloodlines. The dragon blood flower can be said to be the most important thing to them. Li Jiao said excitedly, Grandmaster Ji means that I can also. That's right. Jiying nodded. Although the dragon race bloodline in Palace Master Li's body is a little weak, it can indeed be improved by consuming the dragon blood flower. Of course, if it can be refined into a dragon blood pill, the effect will be even better. Li Jiao's breathing suddenly became rapid, although he had secretly inquired about this information. After hearing it from Jiying, he felt that his several hundred years of cultivation had not been in vain. He had obtained this dragon blood flower several hundred years ago, and had been cultivating it with his own blood essence for so many years, causing his strength to stagnate. Although he and Mi Qi were both third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, if they really fought, he would definitely not be Mi Qi's opponent. However, it was different now. If he could consume this dragon blood flower and refine it, his strength would definitely surpass Mi Qi's in one fell swoop. It's just a pity. Jiying changed the topic and frowned slightly. What's a pity? Li Jiao's heart was in turmoil, afraid that he would hear something bad from Jiying. Jiying smiled and said, Palace Master Li, you don't need to be nervous. I just want to say that the dragon race bloodlines are divided into different grades, and this dragon blood flower is also divided into different grades. Even if this dragon blood flower really blooms, I'm afraid it will be the lowest grade dragon blood flower. This kind of dragon blood flower, if placed on Dragon Island, probably no one in the dragon race would even glance at it. But in this medicine garden, it was already the most precious thing, because it was rare. It was because of this dragon blood flower that Jiying stayed in the Fire Dragon Palace. Otherwise, he would have gone to Ice Heart Valley and High Heaven Palace personally to collect the mini-spirit medicines. He wanted to stay and witness the moment the dragon blood flower bloomed, which was also a rare opportunity for an alchemist. Although Jiying had studied alchemy under the great emperors for so many years, this was the first time he had seen a dragon blood flower. As an Emperor Realm alchemist, it was natural for him to be excited to see a spirit flower for the first time. Mi Qi said from the side, Grandmaster Ji, this dragon blood pill has a magical effect on Brotherly, but is it useless to a human cultivator? Jiying smiled slightly and said, how could it be useless? It can increase one's strength, purify one's cultivation, and strengthen one's physique. The dragon blood pill has endless magical effects. After a pause, he said, Palace Master Li, if you don't mind, after this dragon blood flower blooms, can you let me refine it? Li Jiao was overjoyed when he heard this and cupped his fists. That's exactly what I was thinking. It would be best if Grandmaster Ji could help. He was overjoyed. Although he was the palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, even with his status, it was not easy to find Jiying to refine pills. In the past, he had gone to the Medicine Pill Valley several times to ask for pills, But which time did he not pay a huge price and wait for a long time? But this time, Jiying actually took the initiative to ask for it, and did not ask for any reward. It seemed that this dragonblood flower was also very attractive to Jiying. I wonder how many pills Grandmaster Ji can refine? Li Jiao asked carefully. Jiying's expression was solemn, and he said, I don't dare to say, but 3 pills is definitely not a problem. In the past, when they asked him to refine pills, not only did he ask for a reward, he would also keep 1/3 of the pills refined. This was his rule. Therefore, Li Jiao asked Jiying how many pills he could refine. Now that he heard that it was 3 pills, he was overjoyed. If that was the case, then he could at least get 2 dragon blood pills, which would be of great help to increase his strength. Congratulations, Brother Li. Congratulations, Brother Li. Mi Qi cupped his fists and congratulated from the side, but he was a little upset. Chapter 27-25. Due to the sudden rise of the High Heaven Palace and the destruction of the Seeking Passion sect, the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace had temporarily formed an alliance, but who didn't have selfish motives. Mi Qi naturally didn't want Li Jiao to be too strong. In his heart, he prayed that Jiying would fail in refining the dragon blood pill. However, he also knew that the possibility of this happening wasn't high. Jiying was an Emperor Realm alchemist, and his alchemy skills were incomparably refined. Since he said that he could refine 3 pills, he naturally wasn't boasting. Li Jiao laughed heartily with a complacent look on his face. At this moment, another strange sound rang out, startling the 3 great emperors, and they all turned to look at the dragon blood flower. The budding dragon blood flower actually bloomed slightly at this moment, and a crimson light was reflected from it, dazzling everyone's eyes. The 3 Emperor Realm Masters all held their breaths and paid close attention to this scene. The crimson light grew brighter and brighter, and the flower bloomed bigger and bigger, as if a new life was being born, trying to break free from the flower, and a faint dragon chi began to fill the air. Asterisk thump thump, thump thump. Asterisk Li Jiao's heartbeat was clearly audible. This matter was related to the improvement of his cultivation, so he was naturally more nervous than the other 2. Suddenly, the life born in the flower seemed to be hindered by something, and the light dimmed a little. Even the flower bud that was about to bloom shrank a lot. A feeling of withering enveloped the entire dragon blood flower. Li Jiao's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, What? Jiying anxiously shouted, Palace Master Li, quickly urge your blood essence to feed it, otherwise it will be in danger. The growth of the dragon blood flower only fed on the blood essence of the dragon race, so only Li Jiao could save this strange flower at this moment. Hearing Jiying's words, Li Jiao didn't hesitate, and with a flick of his finger, he cut a wound on his fingertip and urged a secret technique, causing a drop of rich blood essence to appear on his fingertip. Go! He yelled in a low voice. The drop of blood essence flew in an arc towards the dragon blood flower's flower, and steadily fell into its center. Nourished by the blood essence, the dragon blood flower exuded vitality again. The flower bud bloomed even faster than before, and a strange fragrance spread in all directions. On the contrary, Li Jiao, who had forced out a drop of blood essence, looked slightly pale, as if Yuan Qi was greatly injured. This drop of blood essence took at least 10 years of bitter cultivation. However, when he recalled the dragon blood pill, he immediately felt that it was all worth it. A high-pitched dragon roar suddenly sounded, and the dragon blood flower bloomed. Then, a red light burst out from it, as if it was alive, and rushed into the sky. The dragon blood flowers as his eyes, dragon blood dragon's flower. It was to blood to heaven. Mi Qi and Li Jiao fixed their eyes on him and revealed surprised expressions. This is the dragon blood flower? Li Jiao and Mi Qi looked at each other. This dragon blood flower didn't look like a flower at all. Instead, it looked like the spirit of the dragon race. Was this really a dragon blood flower? Jiying excitedly took out a wooden box that emitted a sandalwood fragrance and placed the dragon blood flower inside. After placing a seal on it, he let out a sigh of relief and said, Fortunately, its grade isn't high. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to suppress it. The dragon blood flower could only be produced on Dragon Island, and only the dragon race could subdue it. The spirit flower has bloomed. I'll have to trouble Master Ji to refine the pill. Li Jiao suppressed the excitement in his heart. He said respectfully, and leave everything to me. I'll have to ask Palace Master Li to prepare a quiet place for me. Jiying nodded and said, Sure. Li Jiao was overjoyed. He originally thought that Jiying was going to bring the dragon blood flower back to Medicine Pill Valley to refine. But hearing the meaning in his words, he was going to refine the pill immediately. How could he not be overjoyed? Michi forced a smile and said, Brotherly, go arrange it. I'll accompany Master Ji. Li Jiao nodded and said, All right, please wait a moment. After saying that, he turned and left. At that moment, Jiying suddenly took out a communication artifact from his sleeve. After sensing it for a moment, his originally happy expression turned into one of anger as he shouted, Impudent! Li Jiao was startled and hurriedly turned around. What's wrong? He thought that he had accidentally offended Jiying. Michi also asked curiously, Master Ji, what happened? Jiying said with a sullen face, Li Xian was beaten. Li Xian? Michi and Li Jiao muttered, but quickly reacted. Wasn't this Master Ji's disciple? That boy wasn't very old, but whether it was in terms of cultivation or alchemy, he was extremely talented and was highly valued by Jiying. A few days ago, he followed Jiying to Fire Dragon Palace, but was sent out to collect spirit herbs. Ice Heart Valley? Or High Heaven Palace? Michi's heart beat wildly, as he couldn't help but ask excitedly. If the people from High Heaven Palace beat Li Xian, there would be a good show to watch. He and Li Jiao were worried about a way to curb the arrogance of High Heaven Palace. But before they could think of a way, would the other party take the initiative to deliver themselves to them? It's High Heaven Palace. Jiying's face was full of anger. They beat my disciple, and even stole the source crystals I used to buy spirit herbs for him. This High Heaven Palace is simply lawless. What? Michi was shocked. Not only did they beat him up, they even stole source crystals? He couldn't help but laugh wildly, thinking to himself, High Heaven Palace. Oh High Heaven Palace, you're courting your own destruction. How can you casually touch the people of Medicine Pill Valley? This is simply too presumptuous. High Heaven Palace actually dares to not put Medicine Pill Valley in their eyes. Li Jiao will not live under the same sky as them. Li Jiao also realized that an opportunity had come and declared, Palace Master Li, I'm afraid that the matter of alchemy will have to be delayed. This matter concerns the face of my Medicine Pill Valley. I must personally go and see what High Heaven Palace wants. Jiying said angrily. Although he had promised Li Jiao first, this matter was of great importance and naturally couldn't be delayed. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread, it would damage the face of Medicine Pill Valley and the great emperors of Wondrous Pill Valley. This is something that can't be helped. Li Jiao's heart was filled with hatred. He was about to get the dragon blood pill, but he didn't expect that something would go wrong halfway. He already didn't have a good impression of High Heaven Palace, so at this moment, he hated them even more. But Grandmaster Ji, it's better if you don't go alone. Michi frowned. Jiying snorted. What? Could it be that even if I go personally, they would dare to act wildly? Michi said seriously. If they were really a cultivator from my northern territory, they wouldn't dare act presumptuously towards Grandmaster Ji. But I heard that the High Heaven Palace's palace master isn't from the northern territory, and seems to be from the southern territory. Moreover, he is arrogant, overbearing, and cruel, otherwise he wouldn't have wiped out the entire Seeking Passion sect. It's better to be on guard against such a bloodthirsty person. Grandmaster Ji's identity is noble, so you can't easily take risks. Brother Michi is right. Li Jiao also nodded. I heard that not only is that boy named Yang Kai arrogant and domineering, but he is also colluding with the monster race. We must guard against this matter. Jiying said, even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I still have to go. My disciple was beaten, and my source crystals were stolen. If I don't say anything, how can I return to Medicine Pill Valley and see honored master? Of course you have to go. Michi winked at Li Jiao. But Grandmaster Ji can't go alone. Indeed. Li Jiao nodded. How about this? Brother Mi Qi and I have nothing better to do, so we'll go with Grandmaster Ji and help Grandmaster hold the line. Let's see if the High Heaven Palace is going to rebel. Brother Li's suggestion is very good, I agree. If the High Heaven Palace really dares to disrespect Grandmaster, Brother Li and I will protect you even if it costs us our lives. Then, I'll have to trouble the two of you. Jiying did not refuse, mainly because he was panicked by the words of these two, and was really afraid that the High Heaven Palace would not give him face, and would harm him. There's no time to lose, we'll set off now. High Heaven Palace, atop a mountain peak. Yang Kai was lying on the ground with his legs crossed as he lazily basked in the sun. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was clear for thousands of miles. Under the bright sun, there was beauty accompanying him. Zhu Qing gritted her teeth as she poured wine for him, placed it in front of him, and said, "Drink." In order to stay by his side at all times, and not be shaken off by him again, Zhu Qing could be said to be enduring humiliation. She endured Yang Kai's various criticisms and orders, and now she was serving him like a maid. Her arrogant self-esteem was trampled into a mess. Zhu Qing had never felt that there was anyone more hateful in this world than the one in front of her. Ha! Yang Kai opened his mouth, but he did not move. Zhu Qing glared at him hatefully, placed the wine cup above his mouth, and poured the wine down. He swallowed it down with a gulp. Ah! Yang Kai opened his mouth again, narrowed his eyes slightly, and had a pleased look on his face. Zhu Qing's chest was burning with flames. She wanted to burn this person to death with her dragon breath, but she still reached out and picked up a grape-like berry and threw it into Yang Kai's mouth. After swallowing a few mouthfuls, Yang Kai leaned to the side, supported his head with his hand, and looked at Zhu Qing and said, "Qing, what is your dragon island like?" Zhu Qing said indifferently, "If you want to know, just come with me." "You're talking about this again." Yang Kai frowned. "Can we still be friends?" "You're the one who asked." A trace of panic flashed across Zhu Qing's face. It was not easy for her to become Yang Kai's friend. If she was cut off because of this, then it would be over. Yang Kai chuckled, looked at her with interest and said, "Don't you have other friends?" Zhu Qing shook her head. "Why would the dragon race need friends? What a joke." Yang Kai said seriously, "Let me tell you, there are several kinds of friends. Although we are friends now, we are only the most ordinary kind. There are others?" Zhu Qing frowned and asked curiously. "Of course." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Above ordinary friends are close friends, and above that are boyfriend and girlfriend." If we are boyfriend and girlfriend, then our relationship is not necessarily the same. If you want me to go to Dragon Island, I can consider it." Zhu Qing's eyes lit up, and said, "Then let's be boyfriend and girlfriend." "You really want to?" Yang Kai looked at her with a serious expression. "Of course. Let's be boyfriend and girlfriend." Zhu Qing nodded affirmatively. Chapter 27-26. I don't care if we are boyfriend and girlfriend, but I'm afraid that you. Yang Kai grabbed Zhu Qing's small hand and gently rubbed it. "I feel that it's too much." TSK. Her small hand was smooth and white. It felt like he was touching the best silk, making him reluctant to put it down. Zhu Qing frowned and stared at Yang Kai's impudent actions. She shyly withdrew her small hand and turned her head away. "Don't be like this. It's weird," Yang Kai said with a straight face. "Didn't you say that we are boyfriend and girlfriend?" Zhu Qing asked curiously. "Do we have to do this if we are boyfriend and girlfriend?" "Of course." Yang Kai's nostrils flared hot air. "This is the most basic." Zhu Qing couldn't help but look a little hesitant. "Then what else do we have to do?" Yang Kai rubbed his chin and smiled slyly. Many things. Tell me, I'll see if I can do it." Zhu Qing's pink neck was a little red. She seemed to have realized something. Her appearance made him restless. Yang Kai hurriedly took a deep breath and calmed the rolling blood in his heart. He took the opportunity to lie down on Zhu Qing's firm and round thighs. His head touched her lower abdomen, and he said comfortably, "Let's try rubbing a few times first." Zhu Qing's face was red. Although it wasn't the first time she had such intimate contact with Yang Kai, and she had done it even worse before. She couldn't help but feel a little flustered, and her heart was beating faster. She stretched out her hands and gently pressed her thumbs on Yang Kai's temples. Then, she gently rotated them a few times. Yang Kai's bones loosened. He felt as if he was flying up and down in the clouds. It was so comfortable that he almost wanted to cry. He thought that this girl was actually so cooperative. He wondered if he should let go of everything. He wanted to get to know her better. Suddenly, a violent force came from his temples, as if he had been hit by 2 sledgehammers at the same time. Yang Kai's face instantly twisted, and his eyes widened. Do you really think that I don't know anything, and that you can do whatever you want? Zhu Qing clenched her teeth, and erupted with a brute force that could move mountains and seas. His 2 thumbs were like drills, rotating back and forth on Yang Kai's temples. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Yang Kai's head was clamped, and he couldn't move at all. Even though it's my first time leaving the Dragon Island, I'm not an idiot. Don't bully me again. Zhu Qing clenched her teeth, and her hands didn't stop moving. In an instant, Yang Kai felt like he was going to die. His whole body became unwell. He arched his body and suddenly shot up from the ground. She kicked at Zhu Qing's head. Zhu Qing waved her hand and easily blocked the attack. She took advantage of the situation to stand up, put some distance between Yang Kai and herself, and stared at him angrily. Yang Kai swayed a few times, but he still felt a little dizzy. He almost lost his balance. He said angrily, "You actually pretended to be innocent in front of me. That's no fun." As if he had been deceived, a huge wound appeared in the depths of his heart. "I've had enough of you." Zhu Qing clenched her teeth and shouted, "I didn't ask you to stay here. You're the one who didn't want to leave, and you're blaming me?" Zhu Qing's chest heaved up and down, as if there was a volcano in her chest that could erupt at any time. She stamped her foot and said, "Fine, I won't bother you anymore, and you also don't come looking for me." What a joke. Yang Kai put his hands on his waist. Spittle flew everywhere. "Even if all the women in the world died, I won't look for you." Zhu Qing's face suddenly turned cold, as if a bowl of frost could be scraped off. A layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes, and she said calmly, "Remember what you said." She turned around and left. Yang Kai sneered, raised his hand and waved, "Goodbye. I won't see you out." But there was no trace of Zhu Qing. A figure flashed, and Hua Qingxi suddenly appeared at the top of the mountain. She glanced at Yang Kai, and then looked in the direction that Zhu Qing left, and said, "Did you have a fight?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. "It's too late to say anything. It's not too late to chase after her now. She hasn't gone far." Hua Qingxi looked into the distance. "She's a woman. You can just coax her. She's angry with you, which means she cares about you. She has other intentions." Yang Kai curled his lips and turned to look at Hua Qingxi. "Why are you looking for me?" Hua Qingxi said in a deep voice, "They're here." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn, and he sneered, "They're here. Come, let's go and experience the glory of the great emperor's disciples." Outside the High Heaven Palace's mountain gate, outside the sect-protecting Grand Formation, a huge ship floated in the air, like a dark cloud that covered most of the sky. 5 figures stood on the deck. Jiying stood at the forefront, waiting with a gloomy expression. Li Jiao, the palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, and Mi Qi, the sect master of the High Sky sect, stood on his left and right like bodyguards. The 2 people behind them were Jiying's disciples, and Li Xian was among them. Li Xian had lost more than half of his teeth, and his cheeks were still swollen. It wasn't that his injuries were too serious. He was an alchemist himself, and he was from the Medicine Pill Valley, so he naturally had some good healing pills on him. This kind of external injury could be easily healed, but he deliberately left it there in the hopes that Jiying would see it, and let him understand how he was bullied and humiliated in the High Heaven Palace. And it turned out to be very effective. When Jiying saw his beloved disciple being beaten, until he looked like a pig, and more than half of his teeth had fallen out, his anger exploded like a bomb. Although Li Xian was only a second-generation disciple of the Medicine Pill Valley, and not a direct disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, he was still a member of the Medicine Pill Valley. Being humiliated like this in the Northern Territory was simply unforgivable. And today, when he personally came to the High Heaven Palace, he was actually blocked outside the mountain gate, not receiving the slightest bit of respect and treatment he deserved. This made him have a bad impression of the High Heaven Palace. This is simply outrageous, Li Jiao said angrily. This High Heaven Palace is too arrogant. It is their honor to have Grandmaster Ji here, but no one came to receive him. This kind of sect has no manners at all. Mi Qi chimed in. That's right. This High Heaven Palace doesn't seem to put Grandmaster Ji and the Medicine Pill Valley in their eyes. They didn't mind watching a good show. The two of them couldn't wait for the High Heaven Palace to offend Ji Ying as much as possible, so they naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to fan the flames. Ji Ying's already ugly expression became even uglier. He was a disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, and he himself was a respected alchemist emperor. Which sect didn't treat him like an honored guest when he traveled in the Northern Territory? No matter where he went, he would be warmly received. But when he came to the High Heaven Palace, he was actually refused entry. Just now, there was a chief steward who ran out, but after asking a few questions, he shrank back and was nowhere to be seen. This High Heaven Palace was actually so rampant? As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Previously, when he heard Mi Qi and Li Jiao talk about the High Heaven Palace, he knew that the two of them were afraid of the High Heaven Palace and were deliberately trying to smear their reputation. But now, his own personal experience told Ji Ying that this High Heaven Palace really wasn't that great. Master, you have to uphold justice for this disciple. Li Xian jumped out at the right time, snot and tears running down his face as he mumbled. That High Heaven Palace's palace master not only hit this disciple, but also stole the source crystals this disciple used to buy spirit herbs. This disciple mentioned Master and the ancestral founder's names, but he didn't take it seriously. Master, you can't let him off so easily. What? Ji Ying's expression changed, and he said fiercely, he actually dares to not put the ancestral founder in his eyes. Although his own experience and his disciples' experience had angered him, it hadn't reached the point of losing his mind. But now, when he heard Li Xian say that this High Heaven Palace's palace master didn't put the wondrous Pill Great Emperors in his eyes, Ji Ying completely exploded. Li Xian observed Ji Ying's expression, his eyes turning as he said, He also said. What did he say? Ji Ying asked with a dark expression. Li Xian said timidly, This disciple doesn't dare to say. Say it. Ji Ying glared at him. His brother next to him also said, Junior brother, whatever that person said, just tell Master, don't be afraid. Li Xian seemed to be encouraged. He said that we alchemists are all bullshit, that we think we're superior just because we know how to refine pills, but we're actually worthless in his eyes. Impudent. Ji Ying shouted. Li Xian fell to his knees and said, Master, I didn't say that. It was that person who said it. Master naturally knows that it wasn't you who said it. Ji Ying took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. He raised his hand and said, Stand up. Li Xian stood up shakily and raised his sleeve to wipe the corners of his eyes. No one noticed that the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a sinister smile. As Ji Ying's disciple, he naturally knew Ji Ying's reverse scale. The wondrous Pill Great Emperors were Ji Ying's teachers, and the art of alchemy was the great Tao that Ji Ying pursued. These two things occupied an unimaginable position in his heart, and Ji Ying wouldn't easily forgive anyone who dared to offend these two reverse scales. Now, according to his description, Yang Kai had both, so it would be strange if he had a good ending. Let's see how you die now. Grandmaster Ji, it seems that there is no need for this High Heaven Palace to exist. If it continues to remain in the Northern Territory, it will be a disgrace to our Northern Territory. Li Jiao coldly said. I ask Grandmaster Ji to gather the fellow Taoists in the Northern Territory and eliminate the High Heaven Palace together. Mi Qi added, My High Sky sect is willing to use the strength of the entire sect to eradicate this malignant tumor in the Northern Territory. Ji Ying frowned, and only after a while did he say, Let me see the High Heaven Palace's palace master first. He wasn't an emotional person, And although he couldn't suppress his anger, what he heard just now was only his disciple's side of the story. Although he felt that Li Xian wouldn't lie to him, to be safe, it was better to first see the High Heaven Palace's palace master and see what he wanted to do. If it was really as Li Xian said, then it wouldn't be too late to make a move against the High Heaven Palace. Mi Qi and Li Jiao glanced at each other, both knowing that this matter shouldn't be rushed, so they remained silent. On the other hand, a trace of panic flashed across Li Xian's face. He had exaggerated what Jiying had said, and even made up some false accusations. So he was really afraid of confronting the High Heaven Palace's palace master face to face. However, after thinking about it, he had always been obedient and sensible in front of his honored master. So even if he confronted the palace master, there would be no evidence. As long as he stuck to his previous words, would his honored master believe an outsider instead of him? Thinking this, he relaxed a lot. Chapter 27:27. A red light suddenly appeared and flew out of the High Heaven Palace, directly breaking through the sect defending array. When the red light reached the front of the ship, it paused for a moment, revealing a petite figure. It was none other than Zhu Qing, who had left in a fit of anger. In fact, at this moment, she was filled with regret. Just now, she had fallen out with Yang Kai and left in a fit of anger, completely forgetting the task assigned to her by the elders. In her heart, she was cursing Yang Kai for not stopping or persuading her to stay, causing her to be in an awkward situation. Suddenly seeing a ship stop outside the sect, she naturally glanced over curiously. Sweeping her eyes over Mi Qi and Ji Ying, her gaze paused on Li Jiao for a moment, the corners of her mouth curling slightly, as if she was very disdainful. Inexplicably, Li Jiao's heartstrings tightened, as if he was facing a great enemy, as if this petite woman in front of him could casually kill him. His heart was filled with shock as he wondered why he was feeling this way. He was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master. So in this world, only the great emperors could casually kill him. Could this woman in front of him be one of the great emperors? But that was impossible. He had never heard of any great emperors looking like this. Although the flowery shadow great emperors were women, they definitely didn't look like this woman. What's going on? Li Jiao couldn't help feeling suspicious for a moment, wondering if he was imagining things, because he was too nervous. It's you, Li Xian cried out involuntarily as he pointed at Zhu Qing, his eyes blazing with hatred. Who is she? Jiying frowned and asked. This woman flew out from the High Heaven Palace, so she should be a member of the High Heaven Palace. Could she be the High Heaven Palace's palace master? But that couldn't be right. Wasn't the High Heaven Palace's palace master a man named Yang Kai? Honored master, it's her. She and the High Heaven Palace's palace master attacked this disciple together. This disciple is suffering. Li Xian cried bitterly. She also made a move. Ji Ying's expression darkened. That's right. She was the one who hit me first. She's from the Emperor realm, and I'm only from the First Order Dao Source realm. I didn't even have the strength to fight back. Li Xian wept as he complained. He looked extremely sad. Shameless. Ji Ying cursed angrily. Originally, he had a good impression of this beautiful woman. However, after hearing Li Xian's words, that good impression of her instantly vanished. She suddenly felt that this woman was detestable no matter how she looked at it. As a member of the Emperor realm, how dare you bully the weak? You're a disgrace to us emperors. Mi Qi roared angrily as he circulated his emperor qi. Let me teach you a lesson, and seek justice for Marshal Nephew Li. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already flying towards Zhu Qing like a great rock spreading its wings. Ji Ying's expression changed, as if he wanted to stop Mi Qi's recklessness, but after thinking about it, he gave up and stood there with a gloomy expression. It would be good to teach her a lesson, lest this High Heaven Palace become too arrogant. He was not worried that Mi Qi would not be a match for her. After all, Mi Qi was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. No matter how strong this woman was, she would not be a match for Mi Qi. Zhu Qing's brows furrowed tightly, and her anger exploded in an instant. She had already been wronged by Yang Kai, and now that Mi Qi had taken the initiative to attack her, it gave her a chance to vent. She raised her hand, raised her fist, and punched towards Michi's chest. Michi's hands moved quickly as he formed a large seal and sneered. How dare a mere speck of light compete with me? He pushed his hands forward as his emperor chi filled the air. His moves were fierce, as if he wanted to suppress Zhu Qing in one fell swoop. Her fist rushed forward and destroyed Michi's emperor chi, as easily as crushing dry weeds. A vortex of force suddenly appeared, like a black hole that could swallow everything, and the large seal in front of Michi's chest shattered. What? Michi's expression changed drastically as a sense of horror surged from the depths of his heart. Only at this moment did he realize that he had underestimated his opponent. Although this woman had not used her emperor chi, her strength was simply unfathomable. It was too late for him to change his move and reverse the situation, so he could only fiercely circulate his emperor chi to protect himself. Kong long long. The petite fist smashed into Michi's chest, and it was visible to the naked eye that a large part of his chest had caved in. Ji Ying and the others who were standing behind Michi could clearly see that Michi's back had suddenly protruded, as if he had grown a large pot, and from his back, a blast of air exploded, blowing a large hole in his clothes. The sect master of the High Sky sect in the Northern Territory, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Michi, was directly sent flying and slammed into the protective shield of the ship, his limbs spread out in mid-air. Hiss! The sound of people inhaling sharply rang out. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Although Michi was suspected of underestimating his opponent, there was no doubt about the strength of this woman to be able to beat him to such a state with a single punch. Li Xian, who had been watching excitedly, wanting to see Michi take revenge for him, felt as if an invisible hand had gripped his neck, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as his body trembled, and his heart filled with fear. Although he had been slapped by Zhu Qing a few days ago, it was not a big deal. If she had used such strength to hit him that day, he would have been dead already. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. After staring blankly for a long time, Jiying remembered to remove the ship's protective shield and let Michi in. This king underestimated you, Wah. Michi landed on the deck and wanted to say something to save face, but halfway through his words, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned as white as paper. Jiying was shocked and quickly fed him a spirit pill. Who are you? After punching Michi, Zhu Qing calmed down a lot and coldly looked ahead and asked, Who are you? Jiying was furious, thinking that the other party had deliberately come to humiliate him. After all, he had already introduced himself to the head chief. Since the other party had come out of the High Heaven Palace, how could they not know who he was? This was clearly asking the obvious. Had the High Heaven Palace become so arrogant? Qing Air, don't be rude. A loud shout came from afar. When the voice fell, Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi had already rushed over. Zhu Qing glared at him and looked away. Don't think that I will forgive you just because you call me Qing Air. Master Mi has come from afar. This palace lord has not greeted you properly, please forgive me. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. His expression was neither servile nor overbearing, placing himself on equal footing with Jiying. On the way here, he had also learned of the other party's identity from Hua Qingxi, the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, Pill Emperor Jiying. Jiying said indifferently, Palace Lord Yang is too courteous. I came uninvited and disturbed your palace. Although he was annoyed that the other party had taken so long to come over, one would not slap a smiling face. He could not fall out with the other party right away. Yang Kai laughed. I have long heard of Master Mi's great name. It is the honor of my High Heaven Palace to have you come. There is no need to disturb us. Li Jiao said sinisterly. Palace Lord Yang. Master Mi came here personally, but you blocked him from speaking outside the sect protecting array. Is this how the High Heaven Palace treats its guests? Your Excellency is. Yang Kai glanced at Li Jiao. Jiying said, This is Fire Dragon Palace's Palace Lord Li Jiao. So it is Palace Lord Li. Then who is the one vomiting blood next to you? Yang Kai looked at Michi. Michi had taken a spirit pill to suppress the surging blood in his heart. But when he heard this, he almost vomited another mouthful of blood. Jiying said, This is the High Sky Sect Master Michi. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Sect Master Mi is also here. Li Jiao snorted coldly and said, Why Palace Lord Yang doesn't seem to welcome me and brother me? Yang Kai touched his chin and thought seriously. He said, Indeed, I don't welcome you. It was simply inexplicable. These two fellows had teamed up, and it was obvious that they were here to find trouble. They actually asked if he was welcome or not. There was simply something wrong with their brains. Li Jiao almost couldn't catch his breath, and his expression was ugly. With his strength and status, even if he and Michi did not like someone, they still had to put on an act. If Yang Kai went to his Fire Dragon Palace, even if they did not welcome him, they had to show that they did. This was shrewdness. Who knew that Yang Kai would be so straightforward? Yang Kai chuckled and said, But since you are already here, please come in. As he spoke, he opened the sect protecting array. She made it look like she was very reluctant. Jiying put away the ship and flew into the High Heaven Palace with everyone. Everyone, please follow me, Yang Kai said and turned to lead the way. After flying for a while, he turned back and shouted, Qing why aren't you coming in? Zhu Qing's face was filled with resentment as she stood there, waiting for Kai Yang to apologize to her. In her heart, she had decided that as long as Kai Yang said a few words of apology, she would forgive him for his previous rudeness. But after waiting and waiting, he didn't even spare her a glance. She couldn't help but feel a little sad. Was he really going to leave like this? What about the mission the elders gave him? What about the ancestral dragon's source? At this moment, hearing Yang Kai shout, she quickly turned and ran into the High Heaven Palace, following behind Yang Kai. She pouted and looked at Yang Kai's back. Her lips opened and closed, but no one knew what she was muttering. Looking at her mouth, she seemed to be cursing. Palace Master Yang, this woman is? Li Jiao asked in a low voice. He didn't know why, but Zhu Qing following behind him made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if the one following behind him was not a feast for the eyes, but a beast that wanted to swallow him whole. This feeling made his tailbone shiver. Haha, it's just a mere female servant. Palace Master Li is too concerned, Yang Kai said casually. Female servant. Li Jiao was speechless. Palace Master Yang, are you trying to humiliate me? Michi almost choked to death, extremely angry. How could such a powerful cultivation be a female servant? She was strong enough to start a sect outside. If she was a female servant, then he was even worse than a female servant. Why would I humiliate you? We have no enmity. Yang Kai grinned and said, If there really was enmity, I wouldn't humiliate you. Wouldn't it be better to just kill you? Michi didn't know what he meant, and quickly closed his mouth. This Yang Kai was clearly not a person to be trifled with. He instinctively felt that accompanying Ji Ying here was a mistake. If things went wrong, his reputation would be ruined here. Qing, go and serve the guests some tea. Yang Kai turned to Zhu Qing and said. Zhu Qing's face sank as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glared back. Yes. Zhu Qing helplessly yielded and turned to fly in another direction. I'll help you. Hua Qingxi hurriedly chased after her. Chapter 27-28. Inside the High Heaven Palace's guest hall, the host and guests were seated. Ji Ying's expression was somewhat ugly, because Yang Kai was sitting at the head of the table, placing him in the second position. This was something that had never happened before. When he walked through the Northern Territory, no matter which sect he went to, he would always be treated as an honored guest. This head of the table was prepared for him, and it was the same in the Fire Dragon Palace a few days ago. Normally, Jiying wouldn't care about this. After all, a guest should follow the host's wishes. No matter how noble his status was, he was still just an outsider. The head of the table was nothing more than a seat, nothing worth fussing over. However, he already had a preconceived impression of the High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai, so at this moment, he increasingly felt that Yang Kai didn't put him in his eyes. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't consider this. He was the host, so it was natural for him to sit at the head of the table and receive guests. He looked down and chuckled. It's such a coincidence that Master Xiao is here with the two sect masters. Jiying quickly said, This is not a coincidence. This Ji is here thanks to Palace Master Li and Sect Master Mi for escorting me. Yang Kai asked curiously. Grandmaster Ji is a person of virtue and prestige, and Medicine Pill Valley's reputation is in the Northern Territory. Is there anyone who dares to cause trouble for Grandmaster Ji? I heard that the Northern Territory is very peaceful. Li Jiao coldly snorted and said, It was indeed very peaceful in the past, but recently, it hasn't been that good. How could Yang Kai not understand the hidden meaning in his words? He was simply saying that the birth and rise of the High Heaven Palace had caused the Northern Territory to become restless. Ignoring him, Yang Kai turned to look at Li Xian behind Ji Ying and said with a smile, Little brother, we meet again so soon. Li Xian's face paled as he cried out in alarm. You! What do you want to do? I'm warning you, don't act recklessly. Half of it was an act, and the other half was because he was truly frightened. Last time, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Kai, and still had some lingering fear. Yang Kai sneered. Little brother really knows how to joke. It seems that this palace master was not a good host last time, causing little brother to feel resentful. If you have time, little brother can stay as a guest for a while. This palace master will make you feel at home. Li Xian said angrily. Only a ghost would want to be your guest. With his master here, his courage had grown by quite a bit. There was no need for him to bow and scrape like last time. Zhu Qing and Hua Qingxi walked up with tea and served it to everyone. Hua Qingxi was fine. Zhu Qing threw the teacup on the table, splashing tea all over the table. Yang Kai was furious. He slapped the table and said, What are you doing? Don't you have any manners? I'm talking to you. Get back here. Zhu Qing was nowhere to be seen. After serving the tea, Zhu Qing immediately left the room. Yang Kai hooted for a while before helplessly saying, Grandmaster Yi, please don't blame her. This girl's temper is a bit wild. This palace master will definitely teach her a good lesson. Ji Ying said indifferently, It's just a small matter, don't worry about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Grandmaster Yi is magnanimous, but I wonder why Grandmaster Yi has come to my High Heaven Palace this time? Mi Qi slapped the table and stood up sneering. Palace Master Yang. Why ask when you already know the answer? Don't you know what you did a few days ago? Yang Kai looked at him sideways and said, I wonder what this palace master has done to make Sect Master Mi so agitated. This should be the first time I've met Sect Master Mi, and I have nothing to do with your High Heaven sect. Mi Qi snorted. This king and palace master Li have come here today to seek justice for this martial nephew Li. Palace Master Yang. One must know that one who is unjust is doomed to destruction. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Otherwise, you will bring a calamity to your High Heaven Palace. Li Jiao also nodded and said, Brother Mi is right. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, So the two of you are here to make things difficult for my High Heaven Palace? But I wonder how my High Heaven Palace has offended the two of you. Mi Qi said, You didn't offend me or Brother Li but Medicine Pill Valley. Medicine Pill Valley is the holy land of the Northern Territory. Offending Medicine Pill Valley is equivalent to offending the entire Northern Territory. As a citizen of the Northern Territory, we naturally can't stand by and do nothing. Yang Kai said in surprise, When did I offend Medicine Pill Valley? Ji Ying said with a sullen face, My good-for-nothing disciple is still injured. Does Palace Master Yang still want to lie through his teeth? Yang Kai turned to look at him, then glanced at Li Xian's swollen cheek. Only then did he come back to his senses and said, Oh, so that's how it is. Ji Ying looked at him expressionlessly. Palace Master Yang, don't tell me that you didn't injure my disciple. That's right, I did it. Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Ji Ying flew into a rage and gritted his teeth. Palace Master Yang is from the Emperor realm. Why are you bullying the weak? Humiliating my disciple? Do you really not put my Medicine Pill Valley in your eyes? Yang Kai, how dare you? Grandmaster Ji, we can't let this matter rest. Otherwise, if word gets out, Medicine Pill Valley will lose face. Li Jiao and Mi Qi both said angrily, as if the one being beaten was not Li Xian but them. They couldn't wait to encourage Ji Ying to teach Yang Kai a lesson. What else do you have to say? Ji Ying looked at Yang Kai with a sullen face. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. A child has done something wrong. Can't you teach him a lesson? Did something wrong. A trace of anger flashed across Ji Ying's face. My disciple has always been obedient and sensible. I don't know what he did wrong to make Palace Master Yang teach him a lesson. Yang Kai looked at Li Xian with a smile and thought for a moment. I want to know what he said to Grandmaster Ji. Ji Ying snorted and ordered, Xian, tell me in detail what happened that day. Don't be afraid. Master will uphold justice for you. This. Li Xian suddenly hesitated. In the end, what he said in front of Ji Ying was something he had casually made up. Now that Yang Kai was here, Li Xian really didn't have the courage to confront him. However, if he didn't confront him, it would make him seem too guilty, and his lies would be exposed. With his honored master's temper, he definitely wouldn't tolerate him then. But if his honored master was willing to believe him, it didn't matter what he said. Thinking so, a vicious light flashed across Li Xian's eyes as he secretly made a decision in his heart. The situation is like this. Although Li Xian was still young, he was quite eloquent. He recounted the day he came to High Heaven Palace to buy medicine under Ji Ying's orders, but was blocked outside the gate by the High Heaven Palace. After waiting for several days, someone finally came to question him, but after learning his purpose, the person actually beat him up. Not only did the person beat him up, but he also stole the source crystals he used to buy the medicine. As he spoke, Li Xian's face paled and his body trembled, as if he was recalling what had happened that day. He wiped away his tears from time to time, making those who heard him cry. As he spoke, his words became clearer and clearer, his voice became louder and louder, and his back straightened, as if he had really experienced what had happened. Ji Ying's expression became uglier and uglier while Mi Qi and Li Jiao secretly rejoiced. They knew that the worse Li Xian's situation was, the greater the trouble the High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai would face. Look at what you've done. After Li Xian finished speaking, Mi Qi immediately jumped up and pointed at Yang Kai angrily. Bullying the weak. Bullying a Dao Source Realm cultivator with the status of the Emperor Realm is one thing, but you actually robbed him. You've lost all face as a cultivator in the Northern Territory. Yang Kai ignored him and looked at Li Xian with a smile. Are you sure you have nothing to add? Li Xian's body trembled as he hurriedly hid behind Ji Ying. Palace Master Yang, are you threatening my disciple? Ji Ying looked coldly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shrugged. It's not a threat, I'm just asking. So you admit it? Yang Kai frowned and stared at Ji Ying. Grandmaster Ji, do you believe what your disciple says? Ji Ying snorted. This disciple of mine has been in my sect for 10 years, and I watched him grow up. I know his nature very well. He is not someone who makes things up. Yang Kai spread his hands and said, If you say so, it seems that it's useless for me to say anything. Ji Ying snorted. Do you have a different opinion? No. I just feel that Grandmaster Ji's eye for choosing disciples is not very good. Ji Ying narrowed his eyes and said, If you have something to say, I can listen, but if not, there is no need for this High Heaven Palace to exist. You will also have to return to Medicine Pill Valley with me, and ask for punishment. Only the direct disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors had the qualifications to decide the fate of a top sect. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, What crime have I committed? Ji Ying said, Not putting my honored master, the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, and looking down on all the alchemists in the world, is the greatest crime. Yang Kai said sternly, If the disciples of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors were as rotten as you and as cunning as Li Xian, then this palace master would indeed not put him in his eyes. What is Medicine Pill Valley? Bullshit Northern Territory's holy land. Ji Ying's face changed drastically. Impudent. Yang Kai looked at him disdainfully and said, What, I'm impudent? Bite me if you have the ability. You. Ji Ying pointed his finger at Yang Kai, wishing he could bite him. But even though he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he was still just an alchemist. He had very little experience in fighting with others, so how could he really take the risk? Glancing to the side, Mi Qi and Li Jiao understood, and pushed their Emperor Qi together, preparing to pounce. 3 sensational demonic Qi suddenly burst out as 3 figures shot in from outside the hall, and stood in front of Mi Tian and Li Jiao. You want to fight? I dare you to. Shi clenched his fists tightly as he stared ahead gloomily. Mi Tian and Li Jiao were shocked and instantly froze in place, their spirits high. Although they knew that there were monster race masters in the High Heaven Palace, and that the destruction of Seeking Passion sect was due to the monster race's intervention, they never expected that it would be 3 monster kings. 2 against 3. They had no chance of winning, not to mention that there was still a woman named Qing in the High Heaven Palace. That woman had sent Mi Qi flying with a single punch, so she was probably stronger than these 3 monster kings. Dragon's Pool, Tiger's Den. Where did so many masters come from in the High Heaven Palace? With such a background, it wasn't much worse than the sects of the great emperors, except that they were missing one great emperor. Jiying also felt cold all over. How many years had it been since he had encountered such danger? The rolling demonic qi almost made it difficult for him to breathe. But as a disciple of the great emperors, he had a good temperament and cultivation. So although his expression was solemn, he didn't panic. Chapter 27-29. What do you want to do? Jiying looked at Yang Kai with a sullen face. Yang Kai said, Nothing. It's just that Master Ji is willing to believe what his disciple said. This palace master feels that it's useless no matter how he tries to explain himself. I'm too lazy to argue with him, and just want to show you something. What is it? Jiying frowned, not knowing what Yang Kai was trying to do. Yang Kai clapped his hands and looked outside the hall, saying, Come in. They all looked outside the hall and saw a person walking in from outside. Standing in the middle of the hall, he cupped his fists and said, Greetings, Palace Master. Yang Kai nodded lightly. You, Grandmaster Nanmen. Why are you here? Mi Qi and Li Jiao both widened their eyes and looked at the South Gate army who walked in. They couldn't believe their eyes. As the sect masters of the top sects in the Northern Territory, the two of them naturally had dealings with the South Gate army. They knew that this person had extremely high attainments in the Tao of Arrays and was somewhat arrogant. In the past, the two of them had tried many times to win over the South Gate army, wanting him to join their sects. Unfortunately, they didn't succeed. Seeing the South Gate army appear here, and being so respectful to Yang Kai, Mi Qi and Li Jiao both had a surreal feeling. Was this still the South Gate army? There was actually a time when they lowered their heads to others. I'm now the Chief Array Master of the High Heaven Palace. Why can't I be here? The South Gate army glanced at the two of them. Chief Array Master, Grandmaster Nanmen Yu Sai. Hearing this, Li Jiao and Mi Qi were shocked and disappointed. They had tried to win over the South Gate army countless times, but they were rejected by him. The High Heaven Palace had only been established for a short period of time, but he was already subdued. What method did this guy called Yang Kai use? Yang Kai pursed his lips and said, Grandmaster Nanmen, take that thing out. Yes. The South Gate army responded and suddenly took out a few array flags from his space ring and arranged them around him. Not long after, an array formation had been set up, but it left everyone confused. They didn't understand what he was trying to show them by setting up the array formation at this time. The Southern Gate army took out something from their space ring, something that looked like a mirror. The strange thing was that there was no reflection in the mirror, which made one's scalp tingle. Holding the mirror-like object high up, South Gate Dajuan said, I obtained this in my early years. It's called the image mirror, and it can record some images. I don't know how it was formed. I've asked several master refiners to take a look, but no one knows what material it is. Usually, it's not very useful, so I'll have to show it to you today. Image mirror. Record the video. When everyone heard this, they vaguely understood the intentions of the South Gate army. Li Xian's countenance even turned pale as he stared blankly at the photographic mirror, and he seemed to have never imagined that such a miraculous thing actually existed in the world. Jiying frowned and looked back at Li Xian thoughtfully. Li Xian couldn't help but avert his gaze. This made Jiying's expression turn even uglier. The Southern Gate army stretched out his hand and tossed the photographic mirror into the air. He then waved the array flag in his hand and pushed his Emperor Qi. In an instant, The center of the hall was filled with a dense fog, and a ray of light suddenly shot out from the photographic mirror. A relatively clear image suddenly appeared in the center of the hall. Everyone looked over and instantly recognized that the scene in the image was the entrance to High Heaven Palace, because the plaque engraved with the 3 words High Heaven Sect was right in the center of the image, allowing everyone to see it clearly. At this moment, there were 4 figures in the image. One of them was Li Xian, and besides him, there were 3 women. 2 of them were the 2 women who had left earlier, and the one called Qing was among them. No sound came out. This photographic mirror seemed to only be able to record images. As the Southern Gate army pushed his Emperor Qi, the image continued to change, as if it was reliving the past, vivid and lifelike. Under everyone's gaze, Li Xian leaned over to Zhu Qing and said something with a cheeky smile. Zhu Qing ignored him with a cold face. Several times, Li Xian actually tried to make a move on Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing looked angry, but all she could do was dodge. After a while, seeing Li Xian's actions becoming more and more presumptuous, Zhu Qing slapped Li Xian and sent him flying. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly appeared, and after asking a few questions he slapped Li Xian hard, sending his teeth flying. The image changed again, replaying what happened that day in front of the mountain gate one by one. It was not until Li Xian left that the image suddenly froze. The Southern Gate army put away the array flag and the photographic mirror, cupped their fists to Yang Kai, turned around and walked out of the hall. Li Jiao and Mi Qi both looked at Li Xian strangely, their expressions both angry and amused. They had already experienced Zhu Qing's strength. She was a powerful existence that even they were no match for. Yet this Li Xian actually dared to make a move on her. Being slapped was already a stroke of luck. If not for the protective cloak of a Medicine Core Valley disciple, he would have died on the spot. What was even more hateful was that this guy actually slandered Yang Kai, saying that not only had he slapped him, but he had also stolen his source crystals, causing the 2 of them to follow in confusion. Now it would be difficult for them to escape. Ji Ying's eyes spat fire as he turned around and glared at Li Xian, his face filled with disappointment and pain. "Master, I was wrong. This disciple was truly wrong. Please punish me." Li Xian knelt down with a thud. With the image recorded by the photographic mirror, he knew that no matter how he defended himself, it would be useless. He could only quickly admit his mistake and hope that his master would not expel him out of the sect on account of their relationship as master and disciple. "I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Ji Ying's heart ached, and he angrily raised his hand to slap Li Xian. In the past, Li Xian had always been extremely obedient and sensible in front of him, so he really did not expect his disciple to act like this. He was thoroughly disappointed. "Master." Li Xian was horrified and immediately knelt on the ground, covering his head with both hands. However, that slap didn't land even after a long time. After a long time, Ji Ying let out a long sigh, put down his hand, and calmly said, "Leave." Li Xian raised his head and stared at Ji Ying in shock. "From today onwards, you are no longer my disciple, nor are you a disciple of Medicine Core Valley. If you dare act in the name of Medicine Core Valley again, I will not let you off," Ji Ying said with a flick of his sleeve. "Master." Li Xian panicked, knowing that Ji Ying was really going to expel him. As a disciple of Medicine Core Valley, he had many advantages and a bright future ahead of him. So how could he bear to leave? If he really became a disciple of Medicine Core Valley, there would be no place for him in the vast northern territory. "Say one more word and I will take your life." Ji Ying did not look at him, his expression resolute. He was determined to expel him from Medicine Core Valley. He hated himself for not being able to see through such a petty person who could distort black and white. If he continued to stay in Medicine Pill Valley, who knew when he would ruin the Medicine Pill Valley's reputation and implicate his honored master's reputation? Even if he died 10,000 times, he would not be able to redeem himself. Li Xian wanted to plead for leniency, but after hearing this, how could he dare to say anything? The big brother next to him gave him a meaningful glance, and Li Xian stood up with tears in his eyes and rushed out of the hall. The hall fell silent for a time, Only the sound of Yang Kai sipping his tea could be heard. After a while, Jing recovered and smiled self-deprecatingly. It seems that Palace Master Yang is right. My eye for choosing a disciple is not very good. Yang Kai said lightly. If not for Grandmaster Nanmen's photographic mirror, this palace master would not have been able to defend himself. If he really had to confront Li Xian face to face, he would only be able to make up his own story without any evidence. At that time, Jing would definitely believe Li Xian rather than him. If his reputation of despising Medicine Core Valley and robbing Medicine Core Valley's disciples was confirmed, how could High Heaven Palace maintain a foothold in the Northern Territory? Knowing that Yang Kai was angry, Jing cupped his fists and said, Today's matter was this Ji's fault for believing the words of a petty person. This Ji hopes Palace Master Yang will not blame this Ji. This Ji apologizes to Palace Master Yang. Saying so, he stood up and bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained seated and said lightly, Grandmaster Ji is too polite. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, it is no big deal. Jing said, Palace Master Yang is magnanimous, this Ji is ashamed. After a pause he continued, However, there is one thing this Ji must say. Yang Kai looked at him and said, Please speak. This Ji is the one who came here today, so I will take Palace Master Yang's previous words as mere words of anger. But if Palace Master Yang encounters my senior brothers in the future, please don't say such things again. Ji Hao said calmly. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned. Words that despise my Medicine Core Valley, Jing said seriously. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that he had said Medicine Core Valley was nothing but a fart. Smiling, he said, I'll remember that. At that time, he had indeed said those words in a fit of anger. Jing said seriously, Although we alchemists do not deliberately pursue the martial Tao, what we cultivate is still one of the world's great Taos. Since ancient times, only my master has ever stepped into the Tao of alchemy and ascended to the position of great emperors. My master created Medicine Core Valley, not only as a holy land in the hearts of all cultivators in the Northern Territory, but also as a holy land in the hearts of all alchemists. If Palace Master Yang's words were spread by someone with ill intentions, it may offend all alchemists. In the future, how will High Heaven Palace ask someone to refine pills for them? Mi Qi and Li Jiao's eyes lit up when they heard this, secretly considering whether or not they should spread Yang Kai's previous words and make him an enemy of all alchemists in the world. Yang Kai laughed and said, There is no need to ask anyone for help. This palace master can do it himself. Jing was stunned and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Palace Master Yang is also an alchemist? Even Mi Qi and Li Jiao's eyes widened as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, as if they had heard some sensational words. Yang Kai nodded and said, I know a little. Jing couldn't help but become interested. May I ask what rank Palace Master Yang is, and what kind of pills he can refine? Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, What rank is an Emperor-grade spirit pill that can be refined? What? Jing was shocked. Being able to refine Emperor-grade spirit pills. Wasn't that an Emperor-grade alchemist? Looking at the entire star boundary, how many Emperor-grade alchemists were there? Although their brother and junior brothers had already reached this level, that was because the wondrous pill great emperors had extremely high requirements for accepting disciples. Moreover, after so many years of personal guidance, if they still didn't have any achievements, wouldn't that mean the wondrous pill great emperors had poor eyesight? They were them, others were others. In the entire star boundary, apart from them, there were no more than 10 emperor-grade alchemists. Chapter 2730. Suddenly hearing Yang Kai say he could refine emperor-grade spirit pills, Jing was taken aback. Soon, his expression sank again, and he said with some displeasure, Palace Master Yang must be joking. How could emperor-grade spirit pills be so easy to refine? Only an emperor-grade alchemist could refine them. If anyone could become an emperor-grade alchemist, then emperor-grade alchemists wouldn't have such a high status in the star boundary. Looking at Yang Kai's young age, being able to raise his cultivation to the emperor realm was already a sign of his talent. So where would he find the time to learn alchemy? Therefore, Jiying concluded that Yang Kai was just spouting nonsense. This was simply a humiliation to all alchemists in the world, an insult to the Tao of alchemy. Sure enough, this person didn't put alchemists in his eyes. Although that traitorous disciple Li Xian had turned black and white upside down, this point was not wrong. Jiying was annoyed, and wished he could just flick his sleeves and leave. But because he had misunderstood Yang Kai just now, he couldn't bring himself to do so. However, his expression had clearly darkened. Grandmaster Ji, you don't believe me? Yang Kai looked at Jiying. Jiying snorted. Forget it if you don't believe me. Yang Kai chuckled lightly. He was an emperor-grade alchemist. There was no need to prove anything to others, but after thinking about it, he suddenly raised his brow and said, "Since Grandmaster Ji doesn't believe me, do you dare to make a bet?" Bet? Jiying frowned. Bet on what? Bet on whether this palace master is an emperor-grade alchemist or not. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Jiying's frown deepened. Yang Kai's confident appearance made him doubt whether this guy was really an emperor-grade alchemist. If so, then it would be incredible. Anyone who could become an emperor-grade alchemist was enough for him to take seriously. This piqued his curiosity, and he wanted to verify the facts. What are the stakes? Let me think. Yang Kai pretended to scratch his head, looked around, then suddenly clapped his hands and said, "Got it. When my High Heaven Palace was first established, there were many things waiting to be done. Now that I have a chief array master, I just happen to lack a chief alchemist. If Grandmaster Feng loses, how about you become the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace?" When Mi Qi and Li Jiao heard this, both of them were greatly alarmed and tried to dissuade him. "Master Ji, don't believe him. You can't gamble with him. The High Heaven Palace was already hard enough to deal with. If Ji Ying became the chief alchemist and became related to the Medicine Pill Valley, then in the future, no one in the Northern Territory would be able to do anything to the High Heaven Palace. The High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace could only rely on the High Heaven Palace to survive." Mi Qi and Li Jiao were not willing to see such a situation. Shi Lei glared at them. "Shut up." Although Mi Qi and Li Jiao were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say anything else. Jiying was stunned. He laughed and said, "So this is what Palace Master Yang wants." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Does Grandmaster Feng dare to gamble?" Jiying said, "This Ji's wager is to become the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace. May I ask what Palace Master Yang's wager is?" Yang Kai said straightforwardly, "If I'm not an alchemist emperor, Grandmaster Feng can do whatever you want. This palace master has no complaints." Jiying's expression froze. When Yang Kai said this, he realized that the other party wasn't spouting nonsense and really had something to rely on. This reliance was undoubtedly his identity as an alchemist emperor. He really was an alchemist emperor? Jiying was somewhat convinced in his heart, but he couldn't help but be shocked. At such an age, not to mention that his cultivation had reached the emperor realm, how could he still have time to cultivate alchemy? He was an alchemist emperor himself. Knowing the thorns and hardships of this path, he naturally understood how rare an alchemist emperor was. After thinking seriously for a moment, Jiying said, No, Palace Master Yang's wager is not appropriate. You are taking advantage of this Ji. Only Yang Kai himself knew whether he was an alchemist emperor or not. If he really made such a wager with him, he would be too stupid. There was no benefit if he won, but if he lost, he would be enmeshed in a cocoon of his own making. Jiying wasn't stupid to such an extent. Does Grandmaster Feng not dare? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Jiying shook his head and said, Don't try to provoke me, this Ji won't fall for it. The more Yang Kai said this, the more Jiying felt. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yang Kai was setting a trap for him. Once he lost the bet, he would become the chief alchemist of Towering Heaven Palace. Alchemy was as simple as eating and drinking to him. However, he was the direct disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. How could he become an alchemist of another sect? What's more, refining pills in such a large sect would exhaust him to death. Yang Kai scratched his chin and said, Is that so? Then let's change the wager? Jiying frowned and said, What does Palace Master Yang want to do now? He instinctively felt that something was wrong. Yang Kai said, "The wager remains the same. I will compete with Grandmaster Feng in alchemy, refining the same kind of pill. Let's see who can refine more spirit pills of higher quality." Jiying was taken aback and said with wide eyes, You want to compete with me in alchemy? Did he hear wrongly? As the disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, someone actually wanted to compete with him in alchemy? Mi Qi and Li Jiao also had strange expressions on their faces, as they seriously sized up Yang Kai, wanting to see if this guy was crazy. Of all the things to compete with, he actually wanted to compete with Jiying in this. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? That's right, let's compete in alchemy. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said provocatively, Could it be that Grandmaster Feng doesn't dare? Jiying's face sank as he said, Palace Master Yang, this Ji's traitorous disciple inverted right and wrong. So this Ji has no qualms about disciplining him. This Ji also apologizes to you. Since Palace Master Yang was able to establish a sect, could it be that you are also a narrow-minded person? Do you want to humiliate this Ji again and again? If Yang Kai's previous proposal to compete with him as an alchemist emperor was reasonable, then this proposal to compete with him in alchemy was simply too stupid. Jiying felt that Yang Kai was deliberately looking for trouble. Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, That's not the case. I really want to compete with Grandmaster Feng in alchemy, and sincerely hope that Grandmaster Feng can become the chief alchemist of my high heaven palace. Hearing this, Jiying was furious. You think you can win against me? His original displeasure turned into anger. To him, Yang Kai's words were no longer deliberately looking for trouble, but a complete humiliation. Why? Why did he think he could become the chief alchemist of the high heaven palace? All of this had to be built on the basis that he won. He had been learning alchemy from his honored master for so many years, and everything he had learned was taught by his honored master. Humiliating him was equivalent to humiliating his honored master. How could Jiying tolerate this? Originally, he felt a little guilty towards Yang Kai because of Li Xian's matter, but at this moment, that guilt had disappeared and was replaced by anger. Yang Kai slowly stood up and took a step forward, smiling faintly as he asked, Do you dare Grandmaster Feng? Jiying's eyes spat fire, and he was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Yang Kai turned a blind eye and said, If Grandmaster Feng doesn't dare, then forget it. Just pretend this palace master never said anything. Why wouldn't I dare? Jiying slammed the table and stood up. How could he endure being provoked like this? If Yang Kai had said that he was inferior to him in a life-and-death battle, Jiying would have endured it. After all, he didn't like to fight others. But now that this involved alchemy, whether Jiying was willing or not, he had to accept this bet. He had to prove himself, Medicine Core Valley, and the wondrous pill great emperor's reputation. He had to make anyone who looked down on him pay the price. Good. Yang Kai clapped. But the bet must be changed. Jiying coldly snorted. How so? Yang Kai raised his brow. Jiying pointed a finger at Yang Kai. If this Ji wins, I will take Palace Master Yang's head. Since you dared to bet with me on alchemy, I'll play a big game with you. Let's see if you're afraid. This was a matter of life and death. No one could remain indifferent. Jiying thought that after he changed the bet, Yang Kai would definitely panic. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would only ponder for a moment before nodding? All right, we'll do as Grandmaster Ji says. You. Jiying was stunned, the anger in his heart growing stronger. How many years had it been since he was this angry? In fact, he didn't really want to kill Yang Kai. He just wanted to scare Yang Kai away. Who would have thought this person would accept his bet without batting an eyelid? Did he really have the confidence to win? How was that possible? Even if they were both alchemy emperors, there was still a gap between their alchemy skills. In this world, the only alchemy emperors who could surpass him in alchemy were his several brothers. Despicable. Jiying had never felt that there was anyone more despicable than Yang Kai. Even if he dared to look down on him, he should have a bottom line. With a furious expression, Jiying said, Palace Master Yang, do you want to change the bet? You can take this Ji's life if you want. Yang Kai laughed loudly. I only want Grandmaster Ji to become my High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist. Why would I want your life? That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Jiying flicked his sleeves angrily. Since the bet has been set, let's discuss what kind of pill to refine. Yang Kai looked at Jiying and said, Palace Master Yang can decide, this Ji doesn't care. Jiying's words were filled with strong confidence, as if he wouldn't care no matter what kind of pill Yang Kai wanted to refine. However, he did have the qualifications to do so. After so many years of alchemy, what kind of pill had he not refined? The only thing he had yet to refine was the dragon blood pill, because he had never obtained the dragon blood flower. Then, Emperor Essence pill it is. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and quickly gave an answer. Jiying looked up at Yang Kai and said solemnly, Palace Master Yang, are you sure you want to refine the Emperor Essence pill? Although the Emperor Essence pill is one of the easiest Emperor-grade spirit pills to refine, it is also one of the most demanding alchemy techniques. Why not change it to a Dao Source-grade spirit pill? This guy is really an Emperor-grade alchemist. As soon as Yang Kai proposed to refine the Emperor Essence pill, Jiying confirmed this point. Although the Emperor Essence pill was one of the most common and easiest Emperor-grade spirit pills to refine, only an Emperor-grade alchemist could refine it. Moreover, it required a lot of alchemy techniques. Just like how the simpler a dish was, the more it tested one's culinary skills. The same principle applied in alchemy. An ordinary Emperor-grade alchemist might only be able to refine 3 or 4 Emperor Essence pills from the same set of ingredients. But in Jiying's hands, he could definitely refine 9 pills. Chapter 2731. 9 was an extreme number, so a furnace of spirit pills could only produce 9 pills at most. Proposing a Dao Source-grade spirit pill was not because Jiying had no chance of winning, but because he did not want to win in an unfair manner. He had been an alchemist emperor for many years, and had refined countless Yuan Emperor pills. Even if Yang Kai was also an alchemist emperor, it was impossible for him to have such rich experience. If he chose to refine an Yuan Emperor pill, he would be taking a huge advantage. But if it was a Dao Source-grade spirit pill, although he would still be at an advantage, at least their starting points would not be too different. Yang Kai shook his head and said, No need, many thanks for Grandmaster Ying's kindness. I will refine the Yuan Emperor pill. He naturally understood why Jiying made such a proposal, and his impression of him improved slightly. Not everyone could become the chief alchemist of High Heaven Palace. Even if Jiying was a legacy disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, if his character was not up to par, Yang Kai would not have any ideas about him. Previously, when Li Xian was involved, Jiying had readily bowed his head and apologized, even expelling Li Xian from Medicine Pill Valley in front of Yang Kai. This made Yang Kai feel that Jiying had a good heart and a kind heart, and now, it seemed he was right. Looking at it from another perspective, Jiying was a disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, and a member of Medicine Pill Valley. Even if he did not apologize to Yang Kai could not do anything to him, unless he really risked offending Medicine Pill Valley. Although Jiying had a noble background, he did not have the hypocritical arrogance of most alchemists. Coupled with his status as an alchemist emperor, if he could become the chief alchemist of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai would not have to worry about the sect's spirit pills in the future. It could even be said that Jiying could train a group of alchemists for High Heaven sect. The development of a sect could not be done by one person alone. Only by taking care of all aspects could one move forward. Since Palace Master Yang insists, then this will naturally not be a problem. Then I naturally have no problem with that, Jiying said in a deep voice. He felt as if his good intentions had been taken for granted. As he spoke, he took out a pile of medicinal herbs and divided them into 2 portions. Turning to Yang Kai, he said, These 2 sets of herbs are all used to refine the Supreme Emperor pill. Regardless of quality or age, there is no difference. Please inspect them, Palace Master Yang. Yang Kai smiled and said, I trust Master Feng's character. Then choose one, Jiying said. Yang Kai casually chose one. Jiying's reputation and status were there. Even if he wanted to defeat Yang Kai, he would have to defeat him fair and square with his alchemy skills. It was impossible for him to use any underhanded tricks. Seeing Yang Kai's relaxed appearance, this Ji couldn't help but feel a little angry. He coldly snorted and said, "If that's the case, then let's begin. Since Palace Master Yang was a pill emperor, he should have his own pill furnace, right? Do you need me to lend you one?" "No need." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Since they wanted to compete as alchemists, they naturally had to do it in public. It was impossible for them to hide it. He didn't even move. Instead, he took a stance in the middle of the hall. Jiang casually tossed out a pill furnace. A three-legged pill furnace flew out and landed firmly on the ground. As soon as this pill furnace appeared, a peculiar fragrance filled the hall. It smelled like orchids and musk, causing one's spirit to soar. The pill furnace was simple and unadorned, obviously quite old. The two dragon heads on both ends were raised high, giving off a lifelike feeling. They seemed to be the key to adjusting the size of the furnace's flames. The interior of the furnace was filled with dense runes and patterns, causing one to feel a little dizzy just by looking at them. An emperor's intent filled the air. A good furnace. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he praised. As fellow alchemists, it was natural to have a special fondness for good pill furnaces. As soon as Jiang took out this pill furnace, Yang Kai knew it was not an ordinary object. Moreover, from the fragrance that filled the air, Yang Kai deduced that Jiang had definitely refined countless pills with this pill furnace. He should have reached a kind of unity with this pill furnace. Jiang proudly declared, "This is the worst pill furnace this Ji has." Taking out the worst pill furnace, he didn't want to take advantage of Yang Kai, and was confident in his own strength. Yang Kai nodded lightly, raised his hand, and tossed out his own pill furnace. This pill furnace glowed with a purple light, and was filled with Emperor's intent the moment it appeared. It was clearly an Emperor-grade pill furnace on the same level as Ji Ying's pill furnace. Ji Ying couldn't help but be startled, not having expected Yang Kai to have such a strong foundation. However, on second thought, if Yang Kai was really an Emperor-grade alchemist, it was normal for him to have an Emperor-grade pill furnace. The only thing that puzzled Ji Ying was that this pill furnace looked a little familiar. Ji Ying was sure he had never seen this pill furnace before. If he had, he would have definitely recognized it. With the duel imminent, Ji Ying didn't have the time to think too much and quickly immersed himself in refining. Even if his opponent was a young man who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, he didn't take him lightly. A lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Showing his true ability and defeating him in all aspects was a sign of respect for alchemy and a response to his honored master's many years of teaching. "Shall we begin?" Ji Ying's expression was solemn as he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was about to nod when he suddenly looked to the side and smiled. "Sect Master Mi and Palace Master Li, would you like to place a bet as well?" "We can place a bet too." Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other in surprise. "Since you're already here, are you two willing to return empty-handed?" Yang Kai looked at them with a smile. "Good," Mi Qi shouted in a low voice. "We'll place a bet, but I wonder how big Palace Master Yang will be willing to bet." "I'll accept as much as I can. Even gambling with the Sex Foundation is fine," Yang Kai said casually. "What?" Mi Qi and Li Jiao's expressions changed when they heard this. They were frightened by Yang Kai's words. Gambling with their Sex Foundation was simply too much. Although Mi Qi and Li Jiao wanted to add insult to injury by cutting off a few pieces of Yang Kai's flesh, they didn't even dare to think about gambling with their Sex Foundation. Even if they had full confidence in Ji Ying, they didn't dare to make such a big bet. "You two don't dare?" Yang Kai looked at them contemptuously. "It's not that we don't dare, it's just that there's no need. We have no enmity with each other, so why make such a big bet?" Mi Qi said stubbornly. Yes, just play casually. Since that's the case, what do you two think you should place to accept?" Yang Kai asked. Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other, and their divine senses surged as if they were communicating. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and just stood to the side, smiling at Ji Ying and saying, "Today's weather is good." Ji Ying frowned, thinking, isn't this nonsense? The sky outside is clear. Even a fool can see it. But why is he telling me this? Is he trying to interfere with my state of mind? How insidious. He couldn't help but glare at Yang Kai and look down. Palace Master Yang. I've discussed it with Brotherly, Michi suddenly said. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Michi said, Brother Li and I will bet 10 years of income from our respective sects. I wonder if Sect Master Yang dares to accept. Even Ji Ying's expression changed slightly when he heard this bet. Although 10 years of income from their respective sects sounded simple, if converted into source crystals, it would be an extremely terrifying number. Top sects like the High Sky Sect and the Fire Dragon Palace had countless properties and their own source crystal loads, so their annual income was at least 50 million high-rank source crystals. 10 years, that was 500 million high-rank source crystals. The two great sects would be worth 1 billion. This number was simply terrifying. It seemed that Mi Qi and Li Jiao were determined to get some benefits from the High Heaven Palace. Ji Ying turned to look at Yang Kai, wondering what expression he had now. His expression should not be good, right? At first glance, Ji Ying was startled. Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain and sneered. Both of you are famous figures in the Northern Territory. How can you be so stingy? Stingy? Mi Qi's face sank. You dare say we are stingy? Li Jiao narrowed his eyes. Palace Master Yang, are you deliberately mystifying us? Are you afraid to accept this bet? He thought he had seen through Yang Kai's thoughts and spoke in a strange tone. 50 years, Yang Kai declared and raised his hand. I will bet 50 years of income from each sect. Hiss! Mi Qi and Li Jiao both gasped. Ji Ying's eyes widened as he looked at Yang Kai like he was crazy. You. Mi Qi's mouth was a little stuttered, showing how much his mood was fluctuating. Do you know how much the High Sky Sect's income is in 50 years? You dare to boast like this? Yang Kai calmly said, I'll give you 50 million high-rank source crystals a year, 500 million in 10 years, and 2.5 billion in 50 years. Two sects will only earn you 5 billion. But 5 billion? Li Jiao almost choked to death by Yang Kai's big words. He really wanted to ask Yang Kai if he knew what 5 billion high-rank source crystals was. Yang Kai sneered and looked at them disdainfully. What's wrong? You two don't dare to bet? Or do you have no confidence in Grandmaster Ji? The first sentence was nothing, but the second sentence was serious. If they really retreated, wouldn't it be like Yang Kai said, they had no confidence in Ji Ying? This matter could be big or small, and could even offend Ji Ying. How insidious and cunning! Li Jiao and Mi Qi gnashed their teeth in hatred. Now that things had come to this, they naturally could not back down. So Li Jiao coldly snorted. Brother Mi Qi and I naturally have no problem. 50 years it is. I just don't know if Palace Master Yang can take out that much money. Indeed. Mi Qi nodded in agreement. 5 billion high-rank source crystals is not a small number. If Palace Master Yang reneges on his debt at that time, what can Brother Li and I do to you? What a joke! Yang Kai pointed to his nose and said, Do I look like the kind of person who goes back on his word? Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at him seriously, the latter saying, We're not familiar with each other. Who knows what kind of person you are? Good. Yang Kai's exasperated look made Mi Qi and Li Jiao feel that he was deliberately mystifying things. Mi Qi laughed. If Palace Master Yang can take out the corresponding bet, Brother Li and I will bet. What harm is there in that? You said it yourself. Don't regret it. Yang Kai stomped his foot. Take it. Li Jiao seemed to see through Yang Kai's expression and urged. I'll take it. Yang Kai shouted. Take it. Take it. Yang Kai flipped his hand, and a space ring appeared on his palm, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 2732. Did he really take it out? Mi Qi and Li Jiao glanced at each other, slightly shocked. But more than that, they didn't trust Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai had destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, occupied its foundation, and obtained the wealth accumulated by the Seeking Passion sect over the years, they didn't believe that Yang Kai really had 5 billion high-rank source crystals in his ring. The Seeking Passion sect was almost the same as the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky sect. Although its annual income was astonishing, its consumption was also extremely terrifying. Most of its income was consumed every year, leaving only a small part to be accumulated. Even the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace only had 1 billion high-rank source crystals in their reserves, so the Seeking Passion sect should have the same amount. In other words, even if Yang Kai obtained the wealth of the Seeking Passion sect, he would only have 1 billion high-rank source crystals. Adding the source crystals he obtained from the Seeking Passion sect, the total would be 2 billion to 3 billion. So how could he possibly have 5 billion? It's not that we don't trust Palace Master Yang, but Brother Li and I must inspect Palace Master Yang's ring, Mi Qi quickly said. Naturally, we must inspect it. Yang Kai nodded. But I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Ji to inspect it. You too trust Grandmaster Ji, right? Naturally. Mi Qi nodded quickly. Li Jiao naturally had no objection. Then I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Ji. Yang Kai smiled lightly and tossed the ring to Jiying. Jiying caught the ring and casually swept it with his divine sense. The next moment, his eyes widened as a look of horror appeared on his face as he exclaimed, This. He was an alchemy master and did not lack wealth. In the entire Northern Territory, there were countless people who wanted him to perform alchemy for them. And every time he performed alchemy, he would receive a large amount of income. Not to mention 5 billion high-rank source crystals. Even 10 billion was not enough to shock Jiying so much. But at this moment, he was so excited that he couldn't even speak a word. His expression clearly showed that he had seen something extremely incredible. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were both shocked, wondering what good things were inside this ring that make Grandmaster Ji lose his composure like this. Although they were curious, they were too embarrassed to take a look. They didn't think that Yang Kai let them take a look. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Jiying to check the ring. Where did you get so many? Jiying turned her head and looked at Yang Kai in shock. Yang Kai chuckled, took the space ring from Jiying's hand, shook his head and said, I can't say. Jiying gulped and reluctantly watched as Yang Kai put away the ring. However, she knew that this should be Yang Kai's secret, and was too embarrassed to ask further. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Palace Master Yang, if you lose this competition of alchemy, then you'll have to face the consequences. I don't want your head anymore. How about you give me half of those things? He didn't intend to take Yang Kai's life. He just wanted to scare him. Now that he saw something better, he naturally changed the bet. Inside the ring was none other than the 1,000,000 inner cores that Yang Kai had brought out from the savage ancient land. 10 billion source crystals was indeed not enough to move Jiying, but these 1,000,000 inner cores were different. There were so many inner cores piled up together. What's more, there was no lack of 12th order inner cores. Forget Jiying. Even the 10 great emperors had never seen one before. What's more, a monster core had endless uses. When alchemists were refining pills, they often needed to use a monster beast's monster core. A good quality monster core was equivalent to a perfect catalyst for refining pills. It could be used to refine a furnace of excellent pills. To Jiying, inner cores were much more attractive than source crystals. It was no wonder he was so surprised. Does Grandmaster Ji want them? Yang Kai looked at him with a grin. Jiying blushed and coughed dryly. Which alchemist wouldn't want such a good thing? If you want them, I can give them all to you. Yang Kai's smile did not diminish. Really? Jiying was surprised, but he quickly reacted and calmly asked, You wouldn't want this Ji to perform alchemy for your high heaven palace, right? Yang Kai laughed and said, Grandmaster Ji's eyes are sharp. Jiying snorted and said, Palace Master Yang's idea is good, but unfortunately, this Ji will not agree. Yang Kai had already expected this, and was naturally not disappointed, nodding and saying, In that case, if Grandmaster Ji agrees, I will give you half of these things. Good, you said it yourself. I hope Palace Master Yang will keep his word. Jiying was overjoyed. In his opinion, this was simply Yang Kai giving him an inner core. He never thought that he would lose to Yang Kai in alchemy. Grandmaster Ji, can the things in that ring be worth 5 billion? Li Jiao and Mi Qi listened for a long time, but still did not know the value of the things in the ring, and could not help asking. 5 billion? Jiying glanced at them disdainfully and said indifferently, the things in that ring are enough to buy your 2 sects. What? Mi Qi and Li Jiao both turned pale with fright. Enough to buy 2 sects? What kind of treasures were in that ring to make Grandmaster Ji so certain? They became more and more curious, and wished they could knock Yang Kai unconscious right now, and snatch the ring to see what was inside. This palace master's bet has been determined. Do the 2 of you still want to bet? Yang Kai turned to look at Mi Qi and Li Jiao. Mi Qi frowned and said with a firm expression, of course, why not? How can we not want free benefits? That's right, Li Jiao also said seriously. This king believes in Grandmaster Ji. Jiying frowned and said, if you want to bet, it's your own business. The outcome has nothing to do with me. Alchemy was not used for gambling. The reason he agreed to bet with Yang Kai was mainly because he was angered by Yang Kai, so he naturally did not want Li Jiao and Mi Qi to be tied to his victory or defeat, making it seem like the outcome was his responsibility. Yes, Grandmaster Ji is right. Li Jiao quickly corrected himself. This is just a bet between brother Mi Qi and I and Palace Master Yang. In that case, let's begin. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Jiying turned to look at him and said, you go first. Yang Kai quickly said, is it really okay for Grandmaster Ji to look down on your opponent like this? Although he said that, his hands were not idle. He stretched out his hands and stroked his hair, assuming a posture of working hard. With a flick of his fingers, the lid of the purple origin cauldron immediately flew out, and a long-prepared spirit herb flew into the cauldron. With a whoosh, a flame seemed to burn and the temperature in the air suddenly rose, but strangely, there was no trace of Yang Kai circulating his emperor qi. Conflagrated knowledge C. Jiying's expression changed as he exclaimed in a low voice. He did not expect Yang Kai to possess a conflagrated knowledge C. This alone was enough for him to take this seriously. Conflagrated knowledge C was a type of variant knowledge C. Those who possess conflagrated knowledge C had a unique advantage in alchemy and artifact refining, because in the process of alchemy, one's divine sense played a very important role. Whether it was controlling the flame, or grasping the timing of the spirit flower insertion, one's divine sense was required. And those who possess conflagrated knowledge C could directly adjust the intensity of the flame, and grasp the timing of the spirit flower insertion to the peak. Even when inscribing spirit arrays, one did not need a carrier, and could simply carve them in the air. This was something no other alchemist could compare with. So that's how it is. No wonder you were so confident. You actually have a conflagrated knowledge C. Jiying suddenly understood what Yang Kai was relying on. His expression suddenly became solemn, and he no longer hesitated. Flipping his hands, he circulated his emperor qi, and a small flame immediately rose from the three-legged twin dragon furnace. Jiying threw the same spirit flower into the pill furnace. With a sizzling sound, Jiying's hands formed a series of seals as he began carving a spirit array inside the pill furnace to assist in condensing the medicinal liquid. For a time, the hall was silent. Only Yang Kai and Jiying's strength surged as the two alchemy furnaces exuded scorching heat. Mi Qi and Li Jiao wanted to come up and see what was going on, but they were stopped by the three-monster king, who glared at them covetously. When an alchemist was performing alchemy, the most taboo thing was to be disturbed, so the three-monster king were naturally extremely vigilant against these two, lest they use any means to disturb Yang Kai. This made Mi Qi and Li Jiao furious, but there was nothing they could do. Can Palace Master win? Hua Qingxi and Zhu Qing stood side by side not far away, watching silently. Yang Kai was actually competing with Ji Ying in alchemy, which made Hua Qingxi feel very unconfident, so she quietly asked Zhu Qing. I don't understand alchemy. Zhu Qing responded lightly. Hua Qingxi also agreed. Although she had seen alchemists perform alchemy before, she knew nothing about alchemy, so she could not see who had the upper hand in the situation. But look at his demeanor, he seems to be very confident, Zhu Qing added. Hearing this, Hua Qingxi quickly observed Yang Kai carefully, and found that, as Zhu Qing said, Yang Kai's expression was full of confidence and high fighting spirit. If he had no hope of winning, he would never have such an expression. This discovery made Hua Qingxi feel relieved and secretly cheer for Yang Kai. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the sound of fire crackling could be heard as the hands of the two competing in alchemy constantly moved, changing hand seals one after another. Exquisite and small spirit arrays appeared and disappeared inside the alchemy furnace, one after another. Spirit herbs were tossed into the furnace, condensing into a medicinal liquid and filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Jiying had been quietly paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. Although Yang Kai had a conflagrated knowledge see and could not be underestimated, Jiying still felt that it was impossible for him to defeat her. However, after some observation, Jiying was able to confirm one thing. This Yang Kai really was an Emperor Realm alchemist, and his foundation was extremely solid. This was because his movements when condensing the medicinal liquid were meticulous, without the slightest mistake, and the medicinal liquid he condensed was extremely pure. If he was not an alchemy emperor, it would be impossible to achieve this. Jiying secretly rejoiced that another alchemy emperor had appeared in this world. If she told this news to her honored master would be very happy. The alchemy Dao had a long history and was much more difficult to advance than the martial Dao, which also led to the scarcity of alchemists in the world. Others only saw the limitless glory of alchemists, but how could they discover the bitterness behind it? Medicine Pill Valley was dedicated to promoting the alchemy Dao, and several disciples of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors also took this as their responsibility. Naturally, they hoped that there would be more alchemists in the world. Only with more alchemists could the Star Boundary Cultivator keep up with the demand of pills and increase their cultivation rapidly. Chapter 2733. As he watched, Jiying was slightly startled because he was shocked to find that the purity of the medicinal liquid condensed by Yang Kai was not inferior to his own. What shocked him even more was that the timing and order of Yang Kai's addition of the spirit herbs was exactly the same as his. There was not only one pill formula for a spirit pill. Every alchemist had a different understanding of the Tao of alchemy, and their personal preferences and abilities were different. This also led to some subtle differences in the process of refining a spirit pill, such as the order and timing of the addition of the spirit herbs. Some alchemists felt that it was better to add one type of spirit herb first, while others felt that it was better to add another type of spirit herb first. This also led to a situation where there were many different pill formulas for a spirit pill. Perhaps even the medicinal herbs needed were not the same. A pill formula did not only include the ingredients needed for refining a spirit pill. A complete pill formula not only included the medicinal herbs, but also the refining process. It could be said that a pill formula was equivalent to a complete alchemy manual. This was why pill formulas were precious and were the crystallization of the alchemist's hard work. Now, Jiying was surprised to find that Yang Kai's method and process of refining this Spirit Emperor pill were shockingly similar to his. It could be said that they were carved from the same template. In other words, the Spirit Emperor pill formula that Yang Kai had mastered was the same as the one he knew. How was this possible? The Spirit Emperor pill was a spirit pill used in the Emperor realm to restore one's Emperor Qi. It was also the most common Spirit Emperor pill. According to Jiying's knowledge, there were 8 or 10 pill formulas for this Spirit Emperor pill. Although they were similar, there were still some differences. The best Spirit Emperor pill formula was naturally the one he had mastered. This was because this pill formula was personally improved by the great emperors of wondrous pills many years ago. It could be said that there was no other pill formula in this world that was better than this. The great emperors of wondrous pills had only taught this pill formula to a few of his disciples. No outsiders had learned it before. Now that he saw traces of this pill formula in Yang Kai's hands, Jiying was naturally surprised. Not only was Jiying surprised, but the other onlookers also had strange expressions. This was because they noticed that Yang Kai and Jiying were in the process of refining a spirit pill. It was almost exactly the same. The only difference was that Yang Kai's movements were slightly faster, while Jiying was slightly slower. This was not because Jiying's alchemy skills were inferior to Yang Kai's, but because he had a slow start. Although Jiying understood this, he still felt that something was wrong. It was as if Jiying was imitating Yang Kai's alchemy, taking whatever herbs Yang Kai took. When Yang Kai's spirit pill formula, Jiying was Yang Kai's formula, had Yang Kai's the doubts in Jiying's heart grew stronger and stronger. He originally thought that this situation was just a coincidence, but halfway through the refinement, he was sure that the pill recipes the two of them had were the same. Where did you get this pill recipe from? Jiying couldn't help but ask. This was a pill recipe passed down by his master. How could it fall into the hands of an outsider? Grandmaster Gui, you're getting distracted. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. If you continue like this, you'll lose this competition. Jiying's body shook. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Just a moment ago, he had been so focused on Kai Yang's pill recipe that he had been somewhat distracted. This had led to him not being able to use his full strength in the process of condensing the medicinal liquid. Looking at it now, his own medicinal liquid seemed to be slightly worse than Kai Yang's. Condensing the spirit pill was the first step in alchemy. It was also the most important and fundamental step. If this step was not done well, it would affect the quality of the spirit pill. Alchemy was like playing chess. One wrong move would lead to another. Not doing a single detail well would result in failure. He could not lose. This was a match that concerned Medicine Pill Valley. His master's reputation was on the line. He could not lose. Jiying's expression changed. He seemed to become a different person. His entire being exuded an indescribable aura. His mind was immersed in alchemy, and there was nothing else in his eyes. Yang Kai's expression was also extremely serious. Although he was an alchemy emperor, This was his first time competing with another alchemy emperor in alchemy. Moreover, this person was the legacy disciple of the wondrous pill great emperor. If he did not give it his all, he would not win. He had something to rely on. It was not the conflagrated knowledge that Jiying saw. This was just a small advantage he had. His real trump card was the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone. Back on Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's home star, Water Moon Star, Yang Kai had soared in the Tao of Alchemy after triggering the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone. If it were not for that opportunity, how could Yang Kai have advanced so quickly in the Tao of Alchemy? He had not spent much time on alchemy over the years. Under normal circumstances, he would be lucky to become a Tao Source grade alchemist. It was impossible for him to become an emperor alchemist. However, the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone had allowed him to easily climb to the level of an emperor alchemist. Even so, he could not compare with a veteran alchemist like Jiying in terms of experience, so he could only give it his all. His mind suddenly became empty, as if his whole person had merged with the world. A wonderful feeling rose in his heart. Yang Kai's hand movements suddenly changed. Suddenly, as if he had epilepsy, he began to dance with joy. Qi. This appearance made Li Jiao and Mi Qi almost burst out laughing. But under the covetous gazes of the three monster kings, they could only endure it. Jiying's movements were smooth and meticulous. Just looking at him was a kind of enjoyment. Compared to Yang Kai's performance, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was obvious who was better. You want to win against Grandmaster Ji? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Hua Qingxi also noticed this, and could not help but show an anxious look on her face. She had no idea what Yang Kai was doing. His performance before was good, so why did he suddenly seem like a different person? Of all the people present, there was only one person who suddenly stared at Yang Kai, a look of extreme shock appearing on his face as he stared fixedly at him. This person was Jiying's eldest disciple. This eldest disciple did not have a good impression of Yang Kai. It was not because of Li Xian's slander of Yang Kai, but because of Yang Kai. Li Xian was expelled from the sect by his master. Although he despised Li Xian's previous actions, he was still brother for many years, and still had some feelings for him. He originally wanted to wait for his master's anger to pass, before persuading him to take Li Xian back. After all, his junior brother was still young. How could he not make mistakes? It would be good if he knew how to repent. Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not even give him a chance. Regarding Yang Kai and Jiying's match, he was filled with disdain. He didn't think that Yang Kai would be able to win, so he had been staring at him with a look of hatred, wanting to see what kind of expression he would have when he was defeated by his honored master. Who would have thought that with a single glance, he would see something incredible? In the eyes of others, Yang Kai was twitching crazily and waving his hands randomly, without any sense of beauty, but in his eyes, there was a completely different feeling. Somehow, he vaguely grasped something, but when he tried to grasp it, he couldn't. This made him so anxious that sweat dripped down his forehead as he stared at Yang Kai carefully, unwilling to let go of even the slightest detail. Inside the hall, the medicinal fragrance became even stronger. All of the spirit herbs had been thrown into the pill furnace by the two of them, condensing them into pure medicinal liquids. The lid of the pill furnace was sealed, and the pill nourishing stage was reached. Inside the pill furnace, where no one could see, spirit arrays began to appear and disappear one after another. A variety of medicinal liquids began to mix inside the pill furnace, producing a mysterious change. Jiying's eldest disciple suddenly knelt on the ground. This strange movement surprised everyone except for Yang Kai and Jiying. Hua Qingxi looked over, and saw that this eldest disciple was sweating profusely, as if he had just experienced a life or death struggle. His face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot, but he still stared fixedly at Yang Kai. "What's wrong?" Hua Qingxi quickly walked over to him, and tried to help him up. This person was Jiying's eldest disciple, so if something happened to him here, it would be difficult to explain to Jiying. "Don't touch me," the eldest disciple shouted, the veins on his forehead bulging, making him look extremely frightening. Hua Qingxi's outstretched hand stiffened in place as she felt annoyed, not knowing what was wrong with this guy. Oh. Yang Kai took a moment to glance at this eldest disciple and grinned. You actually saw something? Take a good look. What you can comprehend will depend on your own luck. To the side, Mi Qi and Li Jiao both glared at him and curled their lips in disdain, thinking to themselves, this guy really dares to talk big. He is Ji Ying's eldest disciple, so even if he wants to learn something, he won't look for you. So what are you worrying about? What's more, with your skills, I'm afraid you can't even compare to his eldest disciple. Yet you still dare to boast so shamelessly. Aren't you afraid the wind will cut your tongue? Just as this thought flashed through their minds, they saw the eldest disciple grit his teeth and widen his eyes even more, saying in a sonorous voice, Many thanks, Grandmaster Yang. What? Li Jiao and Mi Qi were both shocked and glanced at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. What's going on with this eldest disciple? He actually thanked Yang Kai and even called him Grandmaster Yang. This is impossible, right? His honored master is right in front of him. Isn't he afraid of his honored master getting angry? What the hell is going on? Although Ji Ying was completely focused, he was still startled by his disciple's actions. Chapter 2734. Shock. Ji Ying's heart was instantly filled with shock like a storm. How could there be such a heaven-defying existence in this world? He could actually figure out the essence of the alchemic Tao like his honored master. No, even his honored master could not have such an achievement at his age. Ji Ying was completely stunned and had an indescribable feeling. The one competing with him in alchemy was not the young man named Yang Kai, but the grand Tao he had been searching for but could not capture. How could he win? His heart suddenly became a little chaotic, and a sizzling sound suddenly came from the three-legged twin dragon furnace. Grandmaster Ji Yu, Li Jiao and Mi Qi exclaimed in unison. Although they did not understand alchemy and could not see anything special, Ji Ying's state at this moment was obviously not right. From the change in his expression, how could they not see that there was something wrong with his state of mind? How could this be? If Ji Ying lost in this competition, he wouldn't lose much, but the two of them had bet 50 years of their respective sex profits on the line. If they lost, for the next 50 years, the disciples of the two sects would have to tighten their belts. Ji Ying was shocked and suddenly realized that he was still in the middle of a competition, causing him to feel annoyed and ashamed. This was the second time he had been distracted, which would inevitably have some impact on the entire alchemy process. But after all, he had a profound cultivation base, and quickly suppressed the flames in the furnace to save himself. Forcing himself to calm down and throw away all distracting thoughts. Under great pressure, Ji Ying's movements suddenly became much smoother. He faintly felt a sense of enlightenment. The eldest disciple still stared at Yang Kai's movements with wide eyes, the blood vessels in his eyes becoming denser and denser as his whole body trembled, as if he had suffered a great deal of torture. But his expression was extremely excited. As time passed, a pill fragrance overflowed. This was not the fragrance of simple spirit herbs, but the fragrance of a spirit pill. When this fragrance came out, it meant that the refinement had reached the final stage. As long as no mistakes were made, the spirit pill could be refined. The closer it was to the end, the more nervous Mi Qi and Li Jiao became. They did not know whether Ji Ying could beat Yang Kai. Originally, they had full confidence in Ji Ying. However, Ji Ying's unstable state of mind just now made them a little nervous. They didn't know if that change would affect the quality of the spirit pills in the end. After another 2 hours, the medicinal fragrance in the hall was so dense that it was almost tangible. Yang Kai's hands suddenly stopped moving, his expression solemn. Yao Yao lifted the purple origin furnace and shouted, "Rise! It's time to collect the pills." Everyone's complexion stiffened as they realized that Yang Kai's furnace of spirit dawn had reached the final stage. This process was also an extremely important step in alchemy. A good pill condensing technique would allow an alchemist to refine more spirit pills of higher quality. On the other side, Ji Ying also pretended to slap his own alchemy furnace, causing the lid to fly out. He had also entered the pill refining stage. Mi Qi and Li Jiao couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. They knew that they had reached this point. Yang Kai definitely couldn't beat Ji Ying, because Ji Ying's pill condensing technique was personally passed down by the great emperors. Even if Yang Kai had some opportunities and became an emperor realm alchemist, it was impossible for him to have a better pill condensing technique than Ji Ying. The two of them didn't dare to pretend to understand and quickly turned to look at the eldest disciple, wanting to see some clues from his expression. With a single glance, both of their hearts sank. Because at this moment, the eldest disciple was actually still watching Yang Kai's movements, his two bloodshot eyes bursting with an extremely pleasantly surprised light. On the contrary, he turned a blind eye to his honored master. No way, right? Could it be that Yang Kai's pill condensing technique is also better? Otherwise, why didn't the eldest disciple take this opportunity to learn his honored master's technique? Instead, he paid attention to Yang Kai. It must be because the eldest disciple's skills aren't good enough, and his vision isn't good enough. Mi Qi and Li Jiao comforted themselves in their hearts. Even if Ji Ying was distracted twice during the alchemy competition, they still had great expectations for Ji Ying. Using the ninth heaven profound pill method, a series of hand seals flew into the purple origin furnace, making the last step of alchemy perfect. This was the pill condensing technique that Yang Kai comprehended from the grand alchemic Dao Tone. Even compared to the techniques created by the great emperors, it was slightly better. Asterisk ding ling ling. Asterisk suddenly, a very pleasant sound rang out from the pill furnace. The pills were complete. Yang Kai flashed and slapped the purple origin furnace, causing a string of rolling spirit pills to fly out. Mi Qi and Li Jiao stared at it with wide eyes. They wanted to see how many pills Yang Kai had refined and what their quality was. But before they could see them clearly, they were put into a jade bottle prepared in advance by Yang Kai. This made the two of them gnash their teeth in hatred. On the other side, Ji Ying also began to condense the pills. After forming the last hand seal, several Emperor Yuan pills flew out of the pill furnace and were thrown into the jade bottle in his left hand. The refinement is complete. Yang Kai pressed his hands together and let out a sigh of relief as he looked at Dantian. Ji Ying stood there motionless, his brow furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. His eldest disciple, on the other hand, closed his eyes the moment Yang Kai finished refining and knelt down like a statue, seemingly lost in thought. This made Mi Qi and Li Jiao anxious. They couldn't wait to know the result of this competition. Although they felt that the possibility of Ji Ying losing was not high, they were still a little nervous. After all, this was related to the income of their respective sects for 50 years, a total of 5 billion high-rank source crystals. Ji Ying did not move, so Yang Kai did not want to disturb him. He knew that Ji Ying was considering the gains and losses of this alchemy, which was an extremely important moment for an alchemist. Looking around, he winked at Zhu Qing, who was looking at him. Zhu Qing's face was as cold as ice. She didn't care about him at all. He had brought a snub upon himself. After a long time, Ji Ying breathed a sigh of relief, turned to Yang Kai, and cupped his fists. Brother Yang's skill. This Ji is deeply impressed. After competing with Yang Kai for a while, Ji Ying immediately understood that he had really underestimated him before. Not only was he an alchemist emperor, but he was also an alchemist whose skill was not inferior to his own. He had only caught a glimpse of the wondrous alchemy process, but it was enough to shock him. If it weren't for the importance of this competition, he would not have been able to stop himself from interrupting the refinement and observing it carefully. This time, no matter who wins or loses, this Ji must thank Brother Yang. Ji Ying said sincerely, glancing at his first disciple. After learning that Yang Kai was an alchemist emperor who was not inferior to him, Ji Ying's address for him had changed. Moreover, his first disciple's harvest was not small, so he naturally had to thank him. Previously, he had always called him Palace Master Yang, but now it was even more intimate. Well said, Brother Ji is too polite. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were dumbfounded, thinking that something was wrong. Wasn't Ji Ying here to find trouble with Yang Kai? Why was he suddenly calling him brother? Even the two of them, who had known Ji Ying for many years, did not have the qualifications to call him that. They couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have come along. Master Ji, Let's see the results of the competition first. Mi Qi changed the topic, lest Yang Kai and Ji Ying continued to curry favor with each other. As long as Ji Ying won this competition, their trip here would definitely be worth it. 50 years of the sex prophet. Just thinking about it made them excited. The two of them were still very curious about the things in Yang Kai's ring. They wanted to know what it was that actually received such a high evaluation from Ji Ying. Ji Ying looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. Yang Kai smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. Those who come are guests, Brother Ji, please. Ji Ying nodded. Then I won't be polite. As he spoke, he opened the jade bottle in his hand and poured out the Emperor Essence pills. Everyone in the hall craned their necks and looked at his palm. 9 pills. Mi Qi glanced over and immediately exclaimed in excitement. This time, Ji Ying had refined 9 pills, which was the maximum number of pills a furnace could produce. This basically meant that he had won half the competition. The rest would depend on the quality of these pills. But since Ji Ying had personally refined them, the quality of the pills would definitely not be bad. This could be seen from the fact that these spirit pills were all round and full, and their color was translucent. Look, look, look. Li Jiao seemed to have discovered a new world and pointed at one of the Emperor Essence pills. Breathing heavily. Pill veins, these are pill veins. One of the 9 spirit pills was covered with veins, and at first glance, it looked like the veins of a human body. These were the legendary pill veins. If a spirit pill formed pill veins during the refining process, its medicinal efficacy would directly double, and its value would naturally rise. However, pill veins weren't something that everyone could refine. Even for the most skilled alchemists, it was something that could only be found by chance. But now one of Ji Ying's spirit pills had formed in elixir veins. Moreover, it was an emperor-grade spirit pill. This made it all the more precious and shocking. Ha ha ha. Mi Qi also laughed loudly, and his anxious heart finally settled back into his stomach. If Ji Ying had only won half the competition by refining 9 pills, then this spirit pill with pill veins had sealed his victory. Yang Kai had no chance of making a comeback. He didn't even need to look at the quality of the spirit pills he refined. Mi Qi didn't believe that Yang Kai could refine spirit pills with pill veins. If it were a normal matter, they would be willing to give face to Ji Ying. But this matter was related to 5 billion high-rank source crystals. Even they were a little hesitant. After a while, Mi Qi frowned and said, Master Ji, a man can't live without integrity. Since Palace Master Yang made a bet with us before, he should fulfill his promise now. If Brother Li and I let it go, I'm afraid we will be underestimating Palace Master Yang. Palace Master Yang will not be happy. Li Jiao nodded and said, Brother Mi is right. Please forgive us, Master Ji. It is not that we are unwilling, but a bet is a bet after all. Ji Ying heard this. His expression couldn't help becoming a little ugly. He didn't expect that these two would not give him face when he personally interceded. It seemed that they were determined to take advantage of Yang Kai. Just as he was about to say something, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and said, Brother Ji, there is no need to say anything more. This palace master is willing to accept his loss. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were overjoyed when they heard this and praised. Palace Master Yang is a man of his word. In the future, if High Heaven Palace needs any help in the Northern Territory, please do not hesitate to inform us. Our 2 sects will definitely not refuse. Who didn't know how to say something cheap? In any case, if there really was something they needed help with, they could make a decision based on their discretion. What's more, they didn't think that Yang Kai would ask them for help. After this incident, even if the High Heaven Palace and their 2 sects were not enemies, they would not get along peacefully. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, This palace master only said that he was willing to accept his loss, but he didn't lose. Are you 2 so confident that you can take away the 5 billion origin stones? Li Jiao and Mi Qi were stunned, the former saying, Then let's take a look and see how good the Spirit Pill Palace Master Yang refines is. Yes, we should take a look, Li Jiao nodded. Since they were going to lose, they might as well let them understand. Ha! Ji Ying sighed. Now that things had reached this point, there was nothing he could do. 5 billion high-rank source crystals was indeed enough for Li Jiao and Mi Qi to take the risk of offending him. Brother Ji, help me take a look. Yang Kai tossed the jade bottle in his hand to Jiying. Jiying took it and nodded. All right. Saying so, he opened the jade bottle and poured out the Emperor Yuan pills inside. Everyone's breathing seemed to quicken as they stared at the pills. The three monster kings' eyes met, flashing a fierce light. There was no need to communicate. The three of them had already secretly decided that if Yang Kai lost this round, they would immediately capture Mi Qi and Li Jiao. Wanting to take away 5 billion high-rank source crystals was simply a fool's dream. 9. Li Jiao's expectant eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the 9 spirit pills in Ji Ying's left hand in amazement, his face contorting in shock. Yang Kai had refined 9 Emperor Yuan pills, not the slightest bit inferior to Ji Ying's. Didn't this mean that Yang Kai's attainments in the alchemic Tao were comparable to Ji Ying's? Not just any alchemist emperor could refine 9 spirit pills. Pill veins. Mi Qi sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared blankly at one of the 9 spirit pills. This spirit pill was exactly the same as the one Jiying had refined with pill veins. The surface of this spirit pill was covered in spirit veins, as if it contained some kind of profound principle. Jiying was also taken aback. Yang Kai being able to refine 9 Emperor Yuan pills was within his expectations. It would have been strange if he couldn't, but one of them had actually formed pill veins, which was really surprising. He had been able to refine this spirit pill because of his good luck, but he had not expected Yang Kai's luck to be so good. This is impossible. Mi Qi rubbed his eyes hard, fearing that he was hallucinating, but no matter how he looked at it, one of the 9 spirit pills had indeed formed pill veins. You cheated. Li Jiao's face sank as he glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Palace Master Li, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly. When did this palace master cheat? Li Jiao snorted. You were the one who proposed refining this Emperor Yuan pill. So this spirit pill with pill veins must have been obtained by you long ago. Now you're taking it out to make up the numbers. When Mi Qi heard this, he felt that this made a lot of sense. When Yang Kai had refined this spirit pill, he had quickly put it into the jade bottle, and then asked Jiying to take it out first. During this time, the jade bottle had always been in his hands, so he had a chance to swap out the spirit pill. Yes, this is the only explanation. This boy is treacherous. His intentions are unfathomable and hateful. Palace Master Yang, this isn't good, right? Mi Qi's face was ashen. He had almost obtained 5 billion high-rank source crystals, but because of Yang Kai's shamelessness, the situation had become uncertain, so he naturally was not in a good mood. The most hateful thing was that he and Li Jiao had no evidence to prove this. Whether or not I'm just making up the numbers, you can ask Brother Ji. Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully, too lazy to argue with them. Li Jiao and Mi Qi both turned to look at Jiying. Jiying nodded and said, This spirit pill has just come out of the furnace. It was not refined in advance. What? Impossible, Grandmaster Ji. Please take a closer look. You want to question my words? Jiying's face sank, extremely displeased. Although he intended to befriend Yang Kai, he would not lie about this kind of thing. Mi Qi and Li Jiao's words were simply questioning his character and credibility. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were both startled, only then realizing that they had angered Jiying. Mi Qi hurriedly said, Grandmaster Ji is too serious. We naturally dare not question your words, but we don't know what this boy's character is like, so we have to be on guard. Grandmaster Ji, please take a closer look and see if he has done anything. Jiying said lightly, A furnace of spirit pills has traces of a furnace of spirit pills, each of which is different from the others. Those who have not been immersed in this Tao for many years will not be able to see it. In this Ji's opinion, these 9 spirit pills came from the same furnace. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were stunned. Of course, the easiest way to distinguish is that this spirit pill's residual heat has not dissipated. If you don't believe me, feel it yourself. As Jiying spoke, he directly threw the Emperor Essence pill that had formed pill patterns to Mi Qi. Mi Qi received it and carefully felt it. he discovered that it was indeed as Jiying said. This spirit pill was still warm, and it was clearly just refined. His heart sank, and he threw it to Li Jiao to let him feel it too. Yang Kai sneered and said, "So the two of you still want to say that this palace master cheated?" Michi laughed dryly and said, "Joking, joking. It was just a joke just now. Palace Master Yang doesn't have to take it to heart. This joke is not funny at all." Li Jiao coughed dryly and said, "Both of you refined a spirit pill that formed pill patterns. And both of you refined 9 pills. This counts as a tie?" A tie, there is no winner or loser." Michi hurriedly echoed, but the disappointment on his face was obvious. Yang Kai chuckled lowly. "The quantity is the same. The pill patterns are the same. Then it depends on the quality. There will always be a high and low quality." Jiying nodded and said, "That's right. Dividing the quality can indeed distinguish the difference." Chapter 2736. Li Jiao and Michi's hearts skipped a beat. Originally, although they were somewhat unwilling to accept the result of a tie, they could barely accept it. After all, there was no loss. However, Yang Kai actually took the initiative to suggest a contest of quality, which gave them a bad feeling. Could it be he really had the confidence to win? Otherwise, why would he make such a suggestion? With this thought, the two of them suddenly lost their composure. Michi hurriedly said, "Let's just call it a tie. There's no need to distinguish quality." Yang Kai snorted. "Since it's a bet, we naturally need to see who's better. What is Sect Master Me afraid of?" Michi nervously said, "What is this king afraid of? Palace Master Yang is really joking." A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on Li Jiao's forehead, as the bad feeling in his heart became more and more fierce. "I will have to trouble Brother Ji to appraise one more time." Yang Kai turned to look at Jiying. "A small matter." Jiying nodded. At this point, the victory or defeat between him and Yang Kai was no longer so important. What's more, Yang Kai seemed to understand the truth of alchemy at a glance. In time, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with his honored master. Even if he lost to him, it wouldn't be shameful. This alchemy trip had also been fruitful for him. After returning and cultivating in seclusion for a while, he would definitely be able to make a breakthrough in alchemy. At that time, his alchemy skills wouldn't be inferior to his brother's. Immediately, he calmed his heart and began to distinguish the Emperor Yuan pills refined by him and Yang Kai in his left and right hands. He carefully examined them in terms of color, size, purity, and aura. He even scraped off a layer of powder from each other's spirit pills and put it in his mouth to taste. The hall was completely silent. Everyone's expression was tense. This was especially true for Michi and Li Jiao. This was a bet that concerned the profits of their respective sects for the next 50 years. Their eyes were like leeches that were tightly clinging onto Jiying. They observed his body language, afraid that he would say something bad about them. Only Yang Kai had a calm expression, and even ran back to his seat to pick up his teacup and drink some water. Phew! After a long time, Jiying exhaled. Looking at his expression, he already had a conclusion. Master Yen, what's the result?" Michi approached him nervously, his voice trembling. Li Jiao also looked at Jiying anxiously, and a drop of sweat rolled down his face without him noticing. "This Ji is not skilled enough. Brother Yang is better. This Ji admires you." Jiying did not answer them. Instead, he turned to look at Yang Kai and cupped his fists. "Brother Ji, you flatter me too much. This little brother only managed to win this time, due to some fortuitous encounters. In the future, I will have to ask Brother Ji for advice." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists in return. Jiying smiled bitterly and waved his hand. While the two of them were talking, Li Jiao and Michi were dumbfounded. They stood there in a daze, their faces ashen, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be about to freeze. Although Jiying did not say who won and who lost. However, the meaning behind his words was already very clear. Master Lin, did you see it clearly? Is it true that the quality of the spirit pills he refined is higher?" Michi asked with a trembling voice. Li Jiao also said anxiously, "Do you want to take another look?" Jiying's expression became angry as he coldly said, "Do the two of you not trust this Ji's character?" These two had questioned his character before. But for the sake of their many years of friendship, Jiying did not want to argue with them too much, but now they were doing it again, making Jiying furious. It was fine if it was the first time, but what was the meaning of this second time? Was his reputation so worthless? Seeing Jiying become angry, Miqi and Li Jiao's hearts skipped a beat as they realized their rudeness. Miqi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. No. Master Lin has misunderstood. Brother Li and I have no such intentions. Please calm down, Master Lin. They could offend anyone but Jiying. Jiying snorted. Let me tell you, a true alchemist would never joke about the pills they refined. This Ji lost, so there is no need for me to deliberately raise Brother Yang's reputation. Pausing for a moment, he stretched out his hands and said, Since the two of you do not trust this Ji, then try the efficacy of these 2 spirit pills yourselves. Both of you are third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, so once you take these spirit pills and refine them, you should be able to easily distinguish who is stronger and who is weaker. Li Jiao and Miqi glanced at each other and saw that the other was tempted. This was indeed a good idea. This matter was of great importance, so they had to be cautious. However, if they did this, they might completely offend Jiying, because once they took the spirit pills and refined them, it would mean that they did not trust Jiying's words and were doubting him. Choosing between them put Li Jiao and Miqi in a difficult position. Yang Kai smiled and said, The two of you should try it yourselves and give Brother Ji justice. Jiying stood there with a cold expression and stretched out his hands. Gritting his teeth, Li Jiao stepped forward and said in shame, Excuse me. Each of them took out an Emperor Yuan pill from Jiying's hands. Seeing this, Miqi could only take back the 2 Emperor Yuan pills. Jiying said indifferently, Since the two of you do not trust this Ji, then this Ji's cooperation with the two of you will end here. In the future, the two of you will not need to come to Medicine Pill Valley to find this Ji to refine pills for you. Hearing this, Li Jiao and Miqi both trembled and their faces paled as they called out, Grandmaster Ji. There's no need to say anything. Jiying coldly snorted, too lazy to say a word to them. Li Jiao and Miqi sighed heavily as they looked at the 2 spirit pills in their hands, feeling as if these small pills weighed 10,000 kilograms. Since things had reached this point, the two of them could only grit their teeth and take 1 Emperor Yuan pill to refine. Since they had already offended Jiying, they couldn't just lose the 5 billion, right? As long as they could prove that Jiying's Emperor Yuan pills were better than Yang Kai's, they could still reap some benefits. Although there weren't many Emperor Realm alchemists, there were still 1 or 2 in the Northern Territory, so they could simply not go to Medicine Pill Valley in the future, circulating their Emperor Qi to refine the Emperor Yuan pills. The two of them quickly refined the medicinal efficacies before taking out another Emperor Yuan pill and continuing to refine it. After a short while, Li Jiao and Miqi both opened their eyes, their expressions ugly as if they had lost their parents. After personally refining and verifying the medicinal efficacies of the Emperor Yuan pill they had taken first were indeed inferior to the one they had taken later. The one they had taken first was refined by Jiying. The difference between the two was not too great, but the one they had taken earlier was indeed slightly inferior. Jiying said, This Ji lost to Brother Yang in the process of condensing medicinal liquid, so the medicinal liquid I refined was not as pure as Brother Yang's. So the quality of the pills I refined was also slightly inferior. Since the two of you have personally refined and verified it, you should know what the conclusion is, right? Is this Ji speaking without thinking and siding with Brother Yang? Miqi said with a bitter expression, We never had such an intention. Of course, they could go against their conscience and say that Jiying's spirit pill was better, but that would be completely shameless. Were the 3 monster king in the hall, who had been staring at them with ill intentions, weak? Not to mention, there was also a woman named Qing'er with terrifying combat strength. If they really acted shamelessly, they would definitely suffer. Since the result is out, then the two of you should accept your loss. Yang Kai walked down step by step with his hands behind his back. Miqi and Li Jiao's faces twitched, their hearts aching so much that they almost bled. Grandmaster Ji. Miqi looked at Jiying for help, hoping that Jiying could speak up for them. Jiying, however, returned to his seat and ignored them, clearly annoyed. Seeing Jiying like this, Miqi and Li Jiao's hearts immediately turned to ashes. Now that the situation was worse, they definitely couldn't win, and they probably couldn't escape either. If they were to really shed all pretenses of cordiality, the two of them would definitely be left here. Why did they think to come to the High Heaven Palace with Jiying? It was really easy to enter this kind of dragon's lair, but it was difficult to leave. The two of them regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Yang Kai's expression turned sinister as he glared at the two of them and shouted, "I'm talking to you. The two of you are also well-known figures in the Northern Territory. Could it be that you want to go back on your words?" The three Monster King let out threatening voices in unison as their demonic chi rolled. It looked like Yang Kai would take the two of them down with a single order. How could it be? How could it be? Li Jiao quickly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and smiled apologetically. "If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. Brother Me and I definitely won't go back on our words." Yes. We definitely won't go back on our words." Miqi also nodded. How many years had it been since they had acted so subserviently? Even in front of Jiying, they had never acted so subserviently. But now, the two of them had finally experienced what it felt like to be subservient. The sullenness in their hearts could not be washed away, even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. "Since you don't want to go back on your words, then hurry up." Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards them, looking like a creditor. Miqi said with a bitter expression, "Palace Master Yang, how could we take out 5 billion high-rank source crystals so easily?" "Yeah, that's too much," Li Jiao also said with a guilty conscience. "It's 5 billion. You can't take out 5 billion, but can't you take out 5 billion? Yang Kai glanced at the two of them. Miqi and Li Jiao shook their heads like rattles. Yang Kai glared at them and said, "Your sects have stood tall in the Northern Territory for so many years, so how could you be so poor? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world?" Li Jiao said, "Palace Master Yang may not know this, but although our sects earn a lot every year, our expenses are also terrifying. In fact, we don't have much surplus every year." Yes. Miqi nodded and said, "Palace Master Yang has also obtained the foundation and wealth of Seeking Passion sect over the years. You should know how many source crystals you have. Our sects are not much different from Seeking Passion sect. So the two of you can't take out the bet?" Yang Kai's face turned cold. "For the time being, we can't take it out," Miqi and Li Jiao said with a guilty conscience. "How dare you?" Yang Kai shouted. "You dare to make such a big bet with me when you don't have that much to bet? Are the two of you here to make fun of this palace master? Monster King, listen up, kill them for me." Yes. The 3 Monster King immediately rushed out after hearing this. Li Jiao and Miqi were shocked, thinking that Yang Kai had already planned to kill the two of them, and then take over the foundations of the High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace. Right? If the two of them died here, their sects would be leaderless and unable to resist the terrifying power of the High Heaven Palace. They would most likely be razed to the ground immediately. Chapter 2737. Wait. Seeing the 3 Monster Kings rushing towards him, Miqi hurriedly raised his hand and shouted, "Wait!" Yang Kai also shouted. The 3 great demon monarchs stopped in their tracks and surrounded Li Jiao and Miqi. Their demon essence enveloped them, not giving them any space to escape. Cold sweat slid down their cheeks and dripped to the ground, making clear sounds. Yang Kai stared at the two and said, "Sect Master Me, do you have any last words? This palace master is merciful and will let you live for a few breaths. So I have to say my last words." Miqi's face darkened as he suppressed the nervousness in his heart and said in a panic, "Palace Master Yang, Brother Li and I are not trying to renege on our debt, nor do we intend to not fulfill this bet. Yes, we don't have that much to bet, so we really shouldn't have made such a big bet with Palace Master Yang. But now that things have come to this, even if you kill us, it won't do you any good. Yes, if you kill us, the 5 billion source crystals will really be gone. And you will also have a death feud with my Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect. I can destroy the Seeking Passion Sect. So do you think I'm afraid of your Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect? Yang Kai sneered disdainfully, but he still rubbed his chin and looked like he was thinking seriously. After a while he nodded and said, "But you're right. Continue. Whether you can live or not will depend on your mouths." Michi breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his life was not in danger for the time being. But he also knew that if he could not persuade Yang Kai to let them go, their lives would be lost here today. After pondering for a while, he sorted out his words and said, "Although Brother Li and I can't take out so many source crystals for the time being, we can. But we can still put together a part of it." "How much?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. 500 million? Michi asked tentatively. Li Jiao nodded. 500 million is fine. "Do you think we're beggars?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. This palace master found more than 500 million source crystals in the Seeking Passion Sect's storehouse. "If you dare to mention 500 million again, I'll kill you right now. At most, I'll just give up the 5 billion source crystals." 1 billion, 1 billion. Michi quickly changed his words and said, "I can't give more. If I give more, I won't be able to take it out." This was already the bottom line of the High Sky Sect. He would probably have to sell off some of his items in order to gather 1 billion. Palace Master Li also has the same intention? Yang Kai coldly looked at Li Jiao. Li Jiao said uneasily, Yes, we can only gather 1 billion at most." 1 billion? Yang Kai paced back and forth. After thinking for a while he nodded and said, 1 billion is fine. Li Jiao and Michi were overjoyed. Without waiting for them to speak, Yang Kai continued, "But there's still 1.5 billion left. How are you going to repay it?" This, Li Jiao and Michi were at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer. Yang Kai said, "This palace master has an idea, but I don't know if you two are willing to listen. Please enlighten us, Palace Master Yang." Li Jiao and Michi looked at Yang Kai together. "If you don't have enough source crystals, you can use treasures to make up the difference. I believe that there should be many rare treasures in your two sects' storehouses. My High Heaven Palace has just been established and needs a lot of cultivation materials. I'll give you 10 million high-rank source crystals for 1 Emperor artifact, so 1.5 billion is 150 artifacts. 150 Emperor artifacts. 1 Emperor artifact only costs 10 million high-rank source crystals?" Michi and Li Jiao exclaimed in unison as they cursed in their hearts. They knew that Yang Kai would definitely take this opportunity to rip them off. But they did not expect to lose so badly. This was simply robbery. What Emperor artifact was only worth 10 million high-rank source crystals? Even the worst Emperor artifact couldn't possibly have this many Emperor artifacts. Moreover, the number of 150 Emperor artifacts was too terrifying. Even if the two sects exhausted all their resources, it would be impossible for them to find so many Emperor artifacts. If you don't have any Emperor artifacts, Dao Source Grade or Origin King Grade artifacts will do. In addition, all kinds of spirit flowers, rare herbs, rare ores, as long as they are cultivation materials. This palace master will kindly accept them all. Yang Kai waved his hand, looking like he was very easy to negotiate with. Li Jiao and Michi's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. If Yang Kai really said so, wouldn't the two sects be emptied out by him? What would happen to their disciples' cultivation then? How would they have the face to face the many elders and disciples in their sects? This won't do. Li Jiao was about to cry. Palace Master Yang, please be magnanimous. Michi also said, Palace Master Yang, you're taking drastic measures to destroy our two sects. Yang Kai's face turned cold. This palace master has already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it and now you want to blame me? Michi and Li Jiao were a little speechless. With a sigh, Yang Kai said, As Brother Ji said before, we are all cultivators in the Northern Territory. We will see each other often in the future, so if we go too far, this palace master will be embarrassed. You're embarrassed? Li Jiao and Michi cursed in their hearts. So this palace master has a proposal. If you still can't accept it, the two of you can stay here today, and let your sects come and ransom you. Once enough source crystals are collected, I will let you go. Please speak, Palace Master Yang. Although they knew that Yang Kai's idea was definitely not a good one, it was better than him directly using force, so it didn't matter if they listened. You two first collect 1 billion source crystals, then the remaining 5 billion, will be paid in installments. Yang Kai waved his hand. Paid in installments. When Li Jiao and Mi Qi heard this, they glanced at each other and asked cautiously, "How do we pay in installments?" Yang Kai continued, "Both of your sects have a lot of businesses, so you have a lot of income every year. In the future, a portion of this income will be given to my High Heaven Palace. When the rest of the debt is paid off, it will be settled. What do you think of this proposal?" Mi Qi was overjoyed. "Palace Master Yang's proposal is good. We will pay in installments." Li Jiao also nodded. Good, good. Palace Master Yang is really smart. You can even think of such an idea. You also think it's good. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Since you think it's good, then so be it. However, the details need to be discussed carefully. Yes, yes, Mi Qi nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai said, I will give you 50 million high-rank source crystals for your sect's annual income. Is that correct? More or less. Mi Qi and Li Jiao both nodded. Such a number was simply terrifying for small and medium-sized sects. One had to know that when they participated in the auction in Flowing Shadow City, the Emperor Realm sects had only managed to collect 10 to 20 million high-rank source crystals. But when it came to the Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky sect, their annual income was 50 million. Comparing the two, the difference was huge. I don't want 50 million from you. I just want you to give me 40 million from High Heaven Palace every year. Yang Kai looked at the two and asked. Mi Qi and Li Jiao's faces twitched. 40 million every year. That meant only 10 million would be left for their sects, a number that was greatly reduced. It was likely that their two sects would have a hard time in the future. However, if they wanted to repay the debt, they had no choice but to do so. They nodded and agreed. Give me 50 years and we'll be even, Yang Kai said solemnly. When Mi Qi and Li Jiao heard this, they both frowned. The former said, Palace Master Yang, this number doesn't seem right. Li Jiao also said, That's right, Palace Master Yang. You must have miscalculated. Brother Mi and I each have 5 billion high-rank source crystals, so we'll give you 1 billion first, leaving 5 billion high-rank source crystals. If we give you 40 million high-rank source crystals every year, it won't take 50 years. If what Yang Kai said was true, then the two sects would give High Heaven Palace a total of 3 billion high-rank source crystals, which was 500 million more than the bet. Yang Kai sneered. You two don't want to calculate the interest? Interest. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were dumbfounded. What kind of interest was so high? 500 million high-rank source crystals. That was the total income of each sect for 10 years. Only now did the two understand Yang Kai's sinister intentions. They thought he had found his conscience, but who knew that he had dug a big hole and lured them into jumping into it? There are two ways, you can choose for yourself. Yang Kai looked at them impatiently. Either you collect 5 billion high-rank source crystals and send them to High Heaven Palace within a month, or you collect 1 billion first and pay back 50 years. Palace Master Yang. If you try to bargain with me again, do you really think this Palace Master can't destroy your two sects? Yang Kai's expression darkened. Mi Qi and Li Jiao immediately fell silent, looking frightened. They could also see that Yang Kai's patience was almost worn out, and if they continued to argue, they would be the ones to suffer. Looking at each other, Mi Qi sighed helplessly. Then we'll pay in installments. Although paying back 500 million high-rank source crystals like this would hurt their foundation, it would not damage their foundation. If they really collected 5 billion high-rank source crystals in a month, it would definitely hurt their sect's yuan qi, and they would not be able to recover for at least 100 years. As a result, for the next 50 years, the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky sect would have to follow the lead of the High Heaven Palace, and the disciples of the two sects would not be able to raise their heads in front of the disciples of High Heaven Palace. Li Jiao said with a sad expression, I will also pay in installments. Good. Yang Kai clapped his hands and smiled. Both of you are straightforward people, so please go back first. In a month, this palace master will see your 1 billion high-rank source crystals, and the rest will be collected every year. There is no time to lose, so this palace master will not keep you, please. Mi Qi and Li Jiao cupped their fists weakly and turned around to leave. Unlike the elated look he had when he first arrived, he now had a dejected look on his face. No one would be happy after encountering such a thing, and it would be troublesome to explain this to the sect's upper echelons when they returned. Their illustrious reputation had been destroyed here today. Both of them were filled with regret, wondering if they should walk out of this door and not admit it. Palace Master Li, please wait. Before the two of them walked out of the hall, Jiying suddenly spoke. Li Jiao paused when he heard this and turned to look at Jiying. What orders does Grandmaster Ji have? I dare not order you. Jiying replied indifferently. With a toss of his hand, a wooden box flew towards Li Jiao. This Ji's skills are lacking, and I'm afraid that Palace Headley has entrusted this dragonblood flower to him. I hope that Palace Headley can find someone else. Chapter 2738. Dragonblood Flower. Zhu Qing, who had been standing quietly in the hall, seemed to have been touched by something at this moment. Her expression changed as she reached out to grab the wooden box. A powerful suction force came and sucked the wooden box into her hand. Li Jiao had yet to recover from the blow of Ji Ying's words when he suddenly found that his treasure had been snatched away. His expression changed greatly as he shouted, "Miss, what are you doing?" It was really a case of when it rains, the boat is late and the wind blows. Not only did he completely offend Ji Ying on this trip, but he also lost the opportunity to refine the dragon blood pill. Now even the raw materials were taken away. That was a spirit flower that he had spent many years of hard work and used his own blood essence to cultivate. The increase of his strength depended on it, so how could Li Jiao watch it fall into the hands of others? However, he didn't dare to use force. He only looked at Zhu Qing with grief and indignation, hoping that this woman would return the dragon blood flower to him. Zhu Qing flicked her finger and opened the wooden box. A bright red flower lying quietly in the wooden box immediately entered his eyes. Yang Kai looked over curiously, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. The dragon blood flower was crystal clear, as if it was made of blood. The strangest thing was that this flower actually emitted traces of dragon's breath. Even if he had never heard of the dragon blood flower, this was the first time he had seen it. Yang Kai also understood that this thing was definitely something amazing. It really is the dragon blood flower. Zhu Qing frowned and closed the wooden box again, but she didn't return it to Li Jiao. Instead, she stared at Li Jiao and coldly said, "Where did you get this dragon blood flower?" Li Jiao said, "Miss, return this flower to me first." Zhu Qing ignored him. He didn't see her move at all. She suddenly appeared in front of Li Jiao with an unprecedentedly solemn expression and aggressively said, "I'll ask again. Where did you get this dragon blood flower?" An extremely oppressive aura rushed over, and Li Jiao actually felt a little suffocated. All the blood in his body seemed to have solidified, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. His face paled as he said, "I got it by accident. Why are you asking this?" He was also baffled. This dragonblood flower was indeed something he had obtained by chance. Although it was precious, why would this woman be so excited? What shocked him even more was that he, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, couldn't even muster the slightest resistance in front of this woman. The fear that came from deep within his bones made his hands and feet turn cold, and his whole body shivered. How was this possible? He was already a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, so he could completely suppress him with just his aura. Only the great emperors. But this woman didn't look like one of the great emperors. Liar! Zhu Qing shouted. The dragon blood flower can only be found on Dragon Island. It is impossible to find it anywhere else. She seemed to be angry. As she spoke, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the sky. A huge phantom of a dragon's head suddenly appeared above her head. Those 2 majestic dragon eyes looked down at Li Jiao. In an instant, Li Jiao felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out, and he fell to the ground. His eyes widened as cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall. He cried out involuntarily, "Dragon race." What? Michi was also startled. He took a step back and pulled away from Zhu Qing, his face turning pale. Looking at the phantom of a dragon's head above Zhu Qing's head, Michi couldn't help but gulp. No wonder this woman looked so petite. No wonder Li Jiao, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, couldn't resist her at all. This woman was actually from the dragon race. If that was the case, then everything made sense. The dragon race was the leader of all spirits, the leader of the divine spirits. An adult dragon race member could easily send him flying with a single punch. But Li Jiao was even more miserable. Because he had a trace of the dragon race's bloodline in his body, he was completely suppressed by the power of this dragon race's bloodline. He probably couldn't even use half of his strength. This was the terror of the suppression of a dragon's bloodline. How could there be a dragon race here? Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's attitude towards this dragon girl, the relationship between the two seemed to be somewhat unusual. Could it be that this high heaven palace had the shadow of Dragon Island behind it? Michi was still thinking about whether he should go back on his word after leaving this place. But how could he dare to have such thoughts now? Since it involved the dragon race, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to go back on his word. On the other side, Ji Ying, who was sitting upright on a chair, was also stunned. As the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, although he was knowledgeable, he had never seen a real dragon race. He didn't expect to be lucky enough to witness it in this high heaven palace. Recalling how Yang Kai had treated this dragon girl, as if she was at his beck and call, even making her serve him tea, cold sweat dripped down Ji Ying's head. He was extremely impressed by Yang Kai, but at the same time, he was also terrified. The dragon race, that was an extremely proud race. When did they become a servant girl? If he were to throw a tantrum, who would be able to walk out of this hall alive? What ability did Yang Kai have to make this dragon girl listen to him like this? Could it be that he was also a dragon race member? Thinking of this, Ji Ying looked at Yang Kai with a different expression. Originally, Yang Kai was an alchemist emperor, and even defeated him in alchemy, which made Ji Ying attach importance to him, and want to befriend him. But now, Ji Ying could only look up to him, making a dragon girl serve him tea. Even if his master, the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, came in person, he was afraid that he wouldn't receive such treatment, right? Ji Ying couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Speak, where did you get the dragon blood flower or dye? Zhu Qing coldly looked down at Li Jiao, her killing intent clear. The dragon blood flower was a product unique to Dragon Island. Now one actually appeared outside. Although its quality wasn't very good, it was undoubtedly a dragon blood flower. Could it be that someone inside Dragon Island was colluding with the outside world to sell the dragon blood flower? This was no small matter, which was why Zhu Qing was so serious. Frozen Earth. Frozen Earth. I got it from the Frozen Earth. How could Li Jiao dare to hide anything at this moment? The one standing in front of him was a living dragon girl. The suppression from her bloodline made him feel uneasy. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would only take a single move. He quickly spilled out his secret. It's actually the Frozen Earth. Michi was shocked. He had inquired many times before, wanting to know where Li Jiao got the dragon blood flower. But Li Jiao always changed the topic, making him gnash his teeth in anger. Only now did he know that this dragon blood flower actually came from the Frozen Earth. That was a forbidden area. It was rumored that even the great emperors didn't dare to rashly enter that damned place. Even a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator could die there. Frozen Earth. Zhu Qing frowned. She already believed him a little. She didn't think that Li Jiao could lie under her suppression. But she was still curious and asked in a stern voice, "How can the Frozen Earth have a dragon blood flower?" That damned place was extremely cold, and didn't even have a single living creature. So how could there be a dragon blood flower? Li Jiao anxiously said. There seems to be a dragon race cultivator who died there. The dragon blood flower can only survive in his burial ground. Zhu Qing's expression changed when she heard this and whispered, "The burial ground of a dragon race, could it be?" She seemed to have thought of something, and after a few breaths of silence she said, You better be telling the truth, or else I will definitely kill you. Every word is true. Li Jiao replied without hesitation. Where is that place? What are its characteristics? Zhu Qing suddenly used secret sound transmission. When Li Jiao heard this, he realized that she probably wanted to personally investigate the place. After all, a dragon race cultivator had died there. The dragon race's population was small to begin with, so any clansman was a precious existence. Now that a clansman had died in the frozen earth, Zhu Qing naturally wanted to investigate. She had to at least pick up the skeleton and bring it back to the dragon tomb. Li Jiao also sent a secret sound transmission. Young lady, if you want to collect the corpse of a clansman, there's no need for that. I've already investigated before, and the skeleton of that dragon race cultivator has already turned to dust and no longer exists. Zhu Qing interrupted him. You only need to tell me the location. You don't need to worry about anything else. Li Jiao saw that she was insistent and could only tell Zhu Qing the location. In the end, he said, the frozen earth is extremely dangerous. If something happens to young lady inside, it's not my fault. Zhu Qing sneered. If you can come back alive from there, why can't I? Yes, yes, yes. Li Jiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He anxiously glanced at the wooden box in Zhu Qing's hand and said, then this dragon blood flower. Do you want to die? I'll give it to young lady. No matter what, this belongs to Dragon Island. Li Jiao hurriedly changed his words. His heart ached so much that it almost bled. This was really a double loss. Originally, Yang Kai had won so many source crystals, which made him feel suffocated. Now even the dragon blood flower was lost. He shouldn't have come here. He really shouldn't have come to the High Heaven Palace. Scram! Zhu Qing waved her hand, as if she was shooing away a fly. Li Jiao hurriedly got up and glanced at the wooden box with great reluctance. Only then did he turn around and fly out. Since he had already left, Michi naturally didn't dare to stay any longer. He cupped his fists and hurriedly chased after him. Qing, let me see what this is. In the main hall, Yang Kai suddenly smiled and crooked his finger at Yang Kai. Zhu Qing glanced at him with disdain, and casually threw the wooden box to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and opened it. He immediately clicked his tongue in wonder. The dragon blood flower is one of the most peculiar spiritual flowers in the world. It can only be cultivated with the blood of the dragon race. This thing can only be produced on Dragon Island, Jiying explained from the side. Cultivated with dragon blood? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Dragon blood itself was an extremely good thing. It was hard for ordinary people to even see it. How could something cultivated with dragon blood be inferior? No wonder this dragon blood flower was full of spiritual energy, and even had a trace of dragon's breath. Although he didn't know what kind of pill this dragon blood flower could be refined into, he instinctively felt that this spiritual flower would be very useful to him. Can it be refined into pills? Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Jiying. Jiying smiled and said, of course it can. The pill refined with the dragon blood flower, as the main ingredient, is called the dragon blood pill. Dragon race, or those with the bloodline of the dragon race, can use it to enhance the strength of their bloodline. If ordinary people take it, it will also have great benefits, especially for tempering the body. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.